ほら、ルフィ、今一緒に海賊になる仲間を探してるんだ。
Hello guys, welcome to my channel The Wandering Zoro, your go-to destination for anime-related content. And if you're new here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss out on our latest videos. In today's video, we're going to be diving into part 4 of the series. So be sure to stick around until the end, and let's get started. As his breathing steadied, Izuku felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within him, a peculiar satisfaction, sharp and sweet, like biting into a perfectly ripe apple. His lips curved upward, spreading into a genuine smile that lit up his vital fluid-smeared face. A soft chuckle escaped him, hesitant at first, before swelling into full-throated laughter that echoed through the desolate station, ricocheting off concrete walls and dissolving into shadows. Even if it's just a little, he murmured to the empty chamber, his voice carrying a confidence that would have seemed impossible mere days ago. The weakest of mankind has grown stronger. The words hung in the air, both declaration and solemn promise. His fingers traced his fallen foe's cooling scales, exploring each ridge and imperfection with reverence. They felt alien beneath his fingertips, smooth yet ridged, still warm with lingering life. There was respect in the gesture, a silent acknowledgement of a worthy adversary whose defeat marked a turning point in his journey. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The glowing notifications hovered before his eyes, their blue light casting an ethereal glow across his face. They announced 3 levels gained in a single, hard-fought victory. Yet Izuku knew the real triumph wasn't in the numbers that quantified his progress. It lay in the boundaries he had shattered, the fears he had conquered, and the impossible odds he had defied. He had entered this battle as prey and emerged as a hunter. You have defeated the king of the swamp, Blue Venom Fang Kasaka. Izuku surveyed the battlefield's scattered rubble, dark pools of vital fluid, both his and the creature's, and the remains of what had once been a fearsome predator. He winced as he moved, his muscles protesting with each motion. My clothes are ruined, and the sword I just got is destroyed. Izuku held up the broken blade, studying the jagged edge where it had snapped. The metal caught the faint light, reflecting it like a dying star. His muscles screamed in protest, a burning sensation that spoke of pushed limits and torn fibers. Everything hurts. He rolled his shoulders, attempting to ease the tension, but only discovered new sources of pain. But he summoned a dagger with a long, curved blade and a hilt adorned with what appeared to be dragon scales or snake scales. The weapon materialized in his hand, its weight and balance flawless. The scales caught the light, shimmering with an iridescent blue that hinted at their venomous origin. I got something even better than Mr. Kim's claymore. A translucent panel materialized before him. Item name, Kasaka's Venom Fang. Difficulty level, C. Description: a finely crafted dagger forged from Kasaka's Fang, still imbued with its lethal venom. The retained poison grants the weapon potent effects, making it a formidable tool in battle. Upon striking an opponent, the venom induces both paralysis and bleeding, inflicting continuous harm and impairing movement. This item can be stored in your inventory for future use or sold at the shop for profit. Effects: paralyze. Chance to paralyze the target, temporarily immobilizing them. Bleed. Target loses 1% of their maximum HP every second for a duration. Izuku tested the edge with his thumb, careful not to break the skin. The blade was wickedly sharp, seeming to part the very air. It's a dagger made from fangs, not bones, he marveled, turning it over. My attack power has doubled, and it can paralyze and cause bleeding. He made several experimental slashes, noting how the dagger guided his movements rather than resisting them. Though compared to a sword, this will be trickier to use. I'll need to get closer to my enemies. With a thought, he summoned a small brown pouch, its leather surface marked with mysterious symbols that pulsed with their own life. Another panel appeared. Item name, Kasaka's Venom Gland. Difficulty level, A. Description: a rare and dangerous item obtained from the formidable Kasaka. This pouch contains highly refined venom extracted from the creature. While consuming this venom grants extraordinary defensive benefits, it exacts a severe toll on physical strength. The item is highly sought after for its unique properties, but requires careful consideration before use. Effects: Kasaka's ironclad scales reduces incoming physical damage by 20%, making skin tougher and more resistant to physical attacks. Side effect: muscle damage. Permanently reduces strength by 35 points due to the venom's toxic properties. Warning: use with extreme caution. The permanent strength reduction may severely impact combat abilities, especially for strength-based builds. Izuku weighed the pouch in his palm, feeling the deadly liquid shift within. The temptation to use it flickered through his mind. Skin like armor would be invaluable in future battles, but the permanent cost gave him pause. He was already starting from behind. Could he afford to sacrifice more strength? "I'll keep it stored for now," he decided, returning the pouch to his inventory. "You have defeated the boss. The dungeon will now be restored to its former state." Izuku gazed upward at the swirling expanse of the dungeon's dimension, watching its ominous aura dissipate as a gentle blue luminescence enveloped him. The oppressive atmosphere that had weighed upon his senses gradually dissolved, yielding to the familiar ambience of Hapjong Station. As the vibrant energy of the mundane world reconstituted itself around him, he whispered, his voice tinged with both relief and disbelief, "Is it over?" The transition felt almost anticlimactic after the life or death struggle he had just endured. One moment fighting for survival against a monstrous serpent, the next standing in an ordinary subway station. The juxtaposition was jarring. He flexed his fingers, still feeling the phantom weight of his weapons, the memory of combat still fresh in his muscles. Izuku stepped out of the station, his eyes lifting to the moonlit sky where stars punctuated the darkness like distant watchful eyes. The streets stretched before him, bathed in an ethereal glow from the scattered streetlights, yet eerily devoid of the usual pedestrian traffic. Not a single passerby, no late-night workers hurrying home, no revelers stumbling from bars, just silence and emptiness. "There's nobody around. What time is it?" he murmured to himself, a sense of unease creeping along his spine like tendrils of frost. The silence felt unnatural, particularly in a city that prided itself on its vibrant nightlife. His hand in seeking reassurance in the weapons he had acquired. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice sliced through the silence, causing Izuku to pivot sharply. It emanated from the shadows of an alleyway, to his left, a space between buildings that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. Izuku turned his head and spotted a figure emerging from the darkness, a Korean soldier. His uniform crisp and authoritative, the insignia on his shoulder catching the moonlight as he stepped forward. His posture was alert, his movements measured with the precise cadence of someone trained for vigilance. A soldier? Izuku thought, his heart accelerating its rhythm against his ribcage. The military presence suggested something far more serious than a simple curfew or security precaution. The soldier narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Izuku with a gaze that seemed to catalog every detail of his appearance: the tattered clothing, the residual vital fluid spatter, the alertness in his stance that hadn't been there days ago. When he spoke, his tone carried the sharp edge of authority, tinged with suspicion. "Why did you step out of there? Didn't you hear the announcement about the lockdown?" Each word was pronounced with deliberate clarity, as though speaking to someone who might not comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Lockdown?" Izuku echoed, confusion evident in both his voice and expression. His mind raced through possibilities: a terrorist threat, a natural disaster warning, or perhaps something related to the dungeons that had begun appearing. "What are you talking about?" The soldier's eyebrows ascended in apparent surprise, his expression transforming from irritation to a dawning realization that bordered on disbelief. The change was subtle but unmistakable: a softening around the eyes, a slight parting of lips, a momentary hesitation before he spoke again. Wait, you're serious right now? The incredulity in his voice was palpable, as though Izuku had asked why the sky was blue or why the water was wet. His gaze methodically swept over Izuku's appearance once more, lingering on the tears in his clothing, the dried vital fluid, and the subtle but undeniable aura of someone who had confronted danger and emerged victorious. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped to a more cautious, almost reverent tone. Are you a hunter? Yes, I am, but Izuku replied hesitantly, the words trailing off as he assessed this unexpected turn of events. The soldier's demeanor transformed instantly. He straightened his posture and offered a crisp salute, the formality of the gesture striking in the desolate streetscape. I apologize for my presumption, Hunter. Let me escort you to safety. Right this way. They proceeded down the empty boulevard, their footsteps echoing in the unnatural silence. The devastation revealed itself, gradually vehicles crushed like discarded toys, storefronts shattered, lampposts bent at impossible angles. More disturbing were the occasional dark stains on the pavement that Izuku recognized all too well as vital fluid. The physical evidence of violence was punctuated by an eerie absence: no sirens, no distant voices, no signs of evacuation or emergency response. Most jarring were the carcasses of beasts strewn across their path, creatures of impossible anatomy and evolutionary divergence, their forms defying rational biology. Some resembled oversized insects with carapaces of metallic luster. Others had the appearance of reptilian predators, but with anatomical features that belonged in no earthly taxonomy. Looks like a gate opened up nearby, Izuku concluded silently, his analytical mind piecing together the scenario. Most likely a dungeon break. The soldier, noticing Izuku's observant gaze, offered additional context. The creatures in this district have been largely neutralized, he explained, his tone professional yet tinged with residual adrenaline. The Hunter Association deployed 3 teams to contain the situation. There's just one more significant entity remaining, a particularly large specimen that retreated toward the commercial sector. Izuku nodded, but his attention had already shifted inward. Something was resonating within him, a subtle vibration at the edge of his perception, like a tuning fork attuned to a specific frequency of danger. Maybe it's because of my enhanced sensory stats, he contemplated as an unfamiliar sensation spread through his ocular nerves. His irises shifted hue, illuminating with a luminescent blue that reflected his awakening abilities. But I can feel it. The sensation intensified, prickling across his skin with electrical precision. Then he saw a column of azure energy erupting skyward several blocks ahead, pulsing with rhythmic intensity. The visual manifestation confirmed what his instinct had already determined. It's a boss, Izuku realized, the term inadequate for the magnitude of the threat it represented. Not merely a larger specimen or a more aggressive variant, but a creature of hierarchical significance, an entity that commanded respect even among the monsters of its kind. A nexus of power within the invasion. A low, bone-shaking rumble cut through the night, rolling in like a freight train from the direction of the massive creature in the distance. Felt more than heard. The sound hit Izuku square in the chest, rattling the few remaining shards of glass in the windows around him. Healer support now. Tanks hold the line. We're losing ground. The voice barked out sharp and urgent, slicing through the chaos like a whip. A hunter, worn thin by the relentless grind of battle, shouting orders to a team locked in combat several blocks ahead. The hunters were pushing themselves to their limits, their bodies glistening with sweat and trembling with exhaustion. The massive stone golem towered over them, seemingly impervious to their relentless attacks. We're giving it everything we've got, one shouted in frustration, his voice cracking as he swung his blade against the creature's rocky exterior, only to see it bounce off with a metallic clang. Why isn't this thing going down already? Another hunter slumped against a boulder, breathing heavily as she readied her bow for another futile attack. A muscular man with a deep gash across his shoulder yelled, "What are the damage dealers even doing? It doesn't look like we're anywhere close to taking it down." His eyes darted accusingly toward the ranged attackers positioned behind the frontline fighters. The monster's defenses are impenetrable, and we don't have enough magic-type hunters to break through. A thin, frantically flipped through a spellbook, searching for anything that might turn the tide of battle. The group had been hastily summoned, a ragtag team of available hunters rather than an optimized assault unit. None of them possessed the high rank necessary for a monster of this caliber. Their attacks barely scratched the golem's stone surface, while their shields and barriers were cracking under its devastating counterattacks. What should have been a swift, coordinated takedown had devolved into a desperate struggle for survival. Boom! The ground shook violently as the golem slammed its enormous stone fist into the earth. Dust and debris scattered in all directions, forcing several hunters to shield their eyes. The impact created a small crater, and the shockwave sent 2 hunters flying backward. The tanker, a broad-shouldered man with a tower shield almost as tall as himself, staggered under the impact. His specialized armor, designed to absorb massive damage, was cracked and dented. His legs buckled, and he dropped to one knee, his shield's edge digging into the soft earth. Kyohik. The tanker coughed up vital fluid, crimson droplets spattering across his dented chest plate. His body trembled uncontrollably, years of training and experience no match for the raw power of the stone behemoth. And no, the tanker is going to die at this rate. A young female hunter cried out in panic, her healing magic flickering weakly between her fingertips as she attempted to channel what little energy she had left. What can I do? My magic energy is completely drained. Another hunter shouted in desperation, tossing aside his empty magic crystal and drawing a short sword, a pitiful last resort against such a formidable foe. The golem raised its massive arm again, preparing for another devastating blow. The shadows cast by its movement darkened the battlefield, a grim harbinger of the pain to come. Where are the reinforcements? Haven't the high-ranked hunters arrived yet? A veteran hunter with a scarred face shouted, his voice tinged with both anger and fear as he desperately tried to pull his injured comrade away from the golem's path. The hunters exchanged glances of shared desperation. Their formation was falling apart, their energy reserves depleted, and their most resilient defender was on the verge of collapse. The stone monster showed no signs of weakening, its relentless attacks continuing with the same devastating force as when the battle began. Time was running out, and hope was fading fast as the shadow of the golem's raised fist grew larger on the ground beneath them. The creature they faced dominated the commercial district, an absolute monster built like a fortress. Stone plates shifted across its body with eerie fluidity, glowing blue veins snaking between them like rivers of power. The thing moved slowly but hit hard, every strike sending shockwaves through the streets. The hunters kept their formation tight and methodical, but the beast wasn't giving them much to work with. Meanwhile, 3 soldiers held a perimeter around a cluster of civilians caught in the lockdown. Izuku stood among them, close to the soldier who'd brought him to the fight. The air was thick with dust, sharp with the tang of vital fluid. Breathing it felt like swallowing gravel. Izuku scanned the battlefield, eyes narrowing as they landed on a figure at the edge of the fray. Jui! She was down on one knee, magic pooling around her in a flickering circle of blue light. It wasn't working. The energy sputtered and faded before it could reach anyone. Her face was frozen, wide-eyed, and haunted like she wasn't even seeing the battle anymore. She was still stuck in that temple, reliving whatever hell had happened there. Izuku backed away from the civilians, muttering under his breath. She's still trapped in it. What happened back there? I get it. I know exactly what that's like. His voice broke off as he raised his left arm. The broken claymore in his grip felt heavier than it should, like it carried more than just steel. He brought it up to his face, hiding half of it behind the blade. His right hand tugged his sleeve down, exposing the glow of his right eye, a sharp, unnatural blue that matched the creature's veins. The light threw shadows across his face, carving his expression into something hard and determined. No, he said, the word steady now like he'd found his footing. I can't let it hold me down. I have to push through. He shifted his focus to the creature, breaking it down in his head. The hunters were struggling to make a dent. Their weapons glanced off its armor, sparks flying, but no damage done. D rank, he thought, analyzing the beast like it was a puzzle. Not as bad as the serpent in the dungeon. If I can crack its defenses, I've got a shot. His grip tightened on the claymore. It wasn't much, but it was enough if he used it right. One solid hit. That's all I need. Decision made. He dropped into position. Right leg back, solid foundation. His stance was precise and deliberate, like a javelin thrower lining up for a gold medal toss. The claymore wasn't pretty broken and worn, but it was heavy, sharp, and lethal in the right hands. He drew his arm back, muscles coiling tight, veins standing out under his skin. Everything he had went into the throw. Time slowed, the chaos around him fading into a blur. His focus locked on the target, a gap in the stone plates, dead center on the creature's head. Go! The word shot out like a command, and the claymore followed. It tore through the air, whistling like a missile, slamming into the weak point with devastating precision. Li Hansu's vision dimmed at the edges, narrowing like a tunnel. Not good. He knew it. His shield, the one that had saved his skin 17 times before, was cracking. Hairline fractures spidered across the surface like veins on old marble. Worse, the healing magic hitting him had dwindled to a trickle. The healers were spent, exhausted. It was basic math. Death was inevitable for all of them. Combat decisions weren't complicated. They were binary. Fight or run. Live or die. Hansu had one move left. One play. Buy time. Let the others escape. He hoped the higher-ranked hunters would finish what they couldn't. Sweat slicked his forehead cold and sharp. Not fear. Certainty. He tightened his grip on the shield, feeling its weight pull at his aching muscles. His knuckles whitened as he raised his voice, rough and commanding. Leave this to me. You all gotta. Then something cut through the air. A blur, dark against the night. Too fast for human eyes. Hansu felt it. Instinct, honed from years of hunting, screamed at him. The air itself seemed to part, carrying with it a sense of purpose that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. Kwahong! The javelin hit like a bolt of lightning. Dead center. The sound cracked the night wide open, reverberating through the battlefield like thunder in a valley. The boss, a hulking stone golem, shuddered under the impact. Fractures spread outward from the strike point, thin lines splitting its rocky surface like a shattered windshield. Blue energy seeped from the wounds, glowing faintly as it dissipated into the air like steam from dry ice. The creature staggered, stunned, its massive frame swaying like a tree in a storm. What the hell? Hansu's voice was low, more a growl than a shout. His eyes tracked the scene, his mind racing to process it. The other hunters didn't notice. Their focus narrowed to survival. They were too busy hammering away, weapons finding purchase in the cracks that hadn't existed moments before. The golem's defenses crumbled like old plaster under their combined assault, chunks of stone falling away to reveal pulsing blue energy beneath. It's working. Our attacks are working, someone shouted, voice cracking with desperate hope. Hansu didn't answer. He knew better. Their attacks weren't working. Not really. Something else had done the damage. Something they hadn't seen. Something powerful enough to crack what their enchanted weapons couldn't scratch. The golem roared a guttural sound that vibrated through the ground beneath their feet, rattling teeth and bones. Then it toppled forward, crashing down like a collapsing building. Thud! Dust exploded outward in a choking cloud, filling the air with particles that caught in throats and stung eyes. The hunters cheered, voices rising in triumph, weary but alive. We did it. We killed it. Hansu's jaw tightened, muscles bunching beneath stubbled skin. He scanned the battlefield, ignoring the celebrations. His instincts, the same ones that had kept him alive when others died, screamed at him. Find the weapon. Find the source. Identify the ally, or the threat. He moved through the settling dust, methodical and deliberate, like a predator tracking prey. His boots crunched on shattered stone as he navigated the debris field left in the wake of the golem's fall. His eyes caught a glint of metal among the rubble, reflecting the emergency lights that bathed the area in harsh, uneven illumination. A broken sword fragment. He crouched, picked it up, and turned it over in his calloused hands. Standard issue steel. Nothing special. A faint trace of magic, but nothing that should matter against a D-rank boss. The blade was warm to the touch, as if it retained some energy from its flight. Someone threw this? And it destroyed a golem that shrugged off 10 hunters? The thought stuck in his mind, like a stone wedged in a gear. Impossible, yet the evidence lay in his palm. He looked from his sword to the dead golem and back again. The blade was ordinary worn leather grip, standard guard, and a broken edge that suggested it had seen better days. Yet it had pierced stone that their enchanted weapons couldn't scratch. He straightened and ran, moving toward the trajectory's origin point, driven by a curiosity that bordered on obsession. A soldier stood alone near the evacuation perimeter, dazed and confused, staring at a space beside him. Hansu closed the distance, fast and direct. 6'4", built like a tank, his presence hit like a freight train. Vital fluid and dust caked his armor, giving him the appearance of a war god who stepped straight from a battlefield. The soldier tensed as Hansu approached, eyes widening at the hunter's imposing figure. "Excuse me," Hansu barked, his voice cutting through the aftermath noise like a blade through silk. The soldier flinched, startled. Pardon? You talking to me?" His eyes darted to the sides, as if looking for someone else who might be the target of the hunter's attention. "That's right." Hansu held up the broken blade, his voice flat and clipped. The sword fragment caught the light from nearby emergency lamps, casting strange shadows across his weathered face, highlighting scars earned from years of survival. "Did you throw this?" The soldier blinked, then turned to look behind himself. His face twisted in surprise as he found only space. "What?" "No, I didn't. But a hunter was standing right behind me." He gestured to the vacant air with confusion etched into every line of his face. The soldier's head swiveled, scanning the area, confusion growing with each passing second. He was just here, black-haired man, kind of skinny, but had this intensity about him. Eyes that. He paused, frowning. Something strange about his eyes. Hansu turned the blade in his hand, feeling its weight. Ordinary steel, except for what it had done. He scratched the back of his neck, a habit from childhood that surfaced whenever the world tilted on its axis. It meant the world had stopped making sense. Green hair, skinny frame, intense presence. Nothing in that description matched any hunter he knew. That power. Could it have been a high-rank hunter? He exhaled sharply, the sound cutting through the night air. 20 years of hunting had taught him one thing. Impossible things happened every day. But this was something else entirely. Someone who could destroy a D-rank monster with a single throw of a broken blade, then vanish without seeking recognition or reward. No hunter he knew operated that way. In all his years hunting, he'd never seen anything quite like it. And that, more than anything else, worried him. Around the same time, Izuku slipped through an alleyway, his footsteps nearly silent against the damp pavement. The distant echoes of chaos were already fading behind him. He cast a final glance over his shoulder, watching as the massive stone golem wavered unsteadily on its legs. Didn't think a single blow would take it down, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Maybe the others wore it out more than I realized. He flexed his throwing arm, feeling the lingering strain in his muscles. The broken claymore had flown truer than he'd anticipated. As he turned to continue his retreat, the ground rumbled beneath his feet. Even from this distance, he felt the tremor as the golem collapsed. A fleeting smile touched his lips, only to be replaced by a faint frown. Too bad I couldn't loot it. The disappointment was real. Every item, every resource was crucial to his journey. In the games he'd played, defeating a boss always meant experience points, rare drops, treasures. But this wasn't a game. Here, he couldn't simply walk up and claim his prize, not with professional hunters swarming the area. The alley stretched ahead, a dark corridor leading him away from the aftermath of the battle. Puddles mirrored the distant glow of emergency lights, forming islands of illumination in the darkness. Izuku moved through them like a specter, present one moment, gone the next. His right eye still glimmered faintly, casting an eerie blue hue onto the brick walls as he passed. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the battle, Juhi stood apart from the celebrating hunters, her eyes fixed on the spot where she'd last glimpsed that familiar silhouette. Around her, civilians huddled together, their faces etched with equal parts relief and lingering fear. Medical staff wove among them, tending to minor injuries and shock. None of them had seen what she had seen. None of them understood. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her hand trembling slightly. The memory of that throw, perfect, powerful, impossible, played over and over in her mind. The trajectory, the force, the precision. It wasn't luck. It wasn't chance. Her gaze shifted to where the shattered sword had pierced the golem's defenses, striking directly at its core. One precise hit where it mattered most. Just like he always did, finding weaknesses others couldn't see. Izuku, she murmured, her voice barely audible above the commotion. The name felt heavy on her tongue, laden with memories and unanswered questions. She wrapped her arms around herself, a sudden chill creeping in despite the warm night air. He hadn't stayed to be acknowledged, to be thanked. He had simply appeared, changed everything, and vanished, leaving behind only destruction and mystery in his wake. Player status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 18. Class, none. Title, Wolf Assassin. Fatigue, 72. HP, 2,220. MP, 350. Strength, 48. Agility, 27. Sense, 27. Health, 27. Intelligence, 43. Time skip the next day. Hospital. Gossip among the nurses spread like wildfire throughout the hospital corridors, their hushed voices and meaningful glances creating an almost tangible undercurrent of excitement at the nurses' station. "Did you guys see that hottie in room 312? Whispered Mina, leaning over the counter, her dark hair falling forward as she conspiratorially lowered her voice. "Yeah, you mean the earrank hunter?" "Sure did," replied Yuna, organizing patient charts with practiced efficiency while trying to maintain her professional demeanor despite the telltale blush creeping up her neck. "His body is unbelievable," added another nurse named Mai, fanning herself dramatically with a clipboard, her eyes wide with remembered appreciation. Like, seriously unbelievable. The kind you only see in fitness magazines. "His face is average, I guess, but he leans toward cute," Mina continued thoughtfully, tapping her pen against her lips, leaving small ink marks she'd later discover with embarrassment. "It's those blue eyes, they're intense, almost unnaturally bright. Sometimes they seem to glow. I mean, the guy looks completely ordinary until he takes his shirt off," Yuna said with a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "And then you're like, where did that come from? It's like he's hiding a completely different person under those plain hospital clothes. When did we even admit a patient who was this ripped?" asked Dr. Tanaka, a young resident passing by with a stack of charts, unable to resist joining the conversation that had captivated half the floor staff. "He didn't stand out much at first glance," Mina explained, straightening up as the supervisor walked past. "But apparently, he started exercising the moment he woke up here, and it really paid off. Non-stop, too. The night shift says he barely sleeps. There's no way someone could gain that much muscle mass in just 3 days," Dr. Tanaka said skeptically, her medical training prompting her analytical mind to reject such a possibility. "That's physiologically impossible, even with the best steroids and genetics." "Well, he's a hunter," Yuna pointed out with a shrug. "Maybe their bodies work differently? I've heard the high ranks can do things that defy medical science entirely." Meanwhile, inside his hospital room, the man of the hour was oblivious to being the subject of staff fascination. Izuku was shirtless, tackling his daily workout routine with the intense focus that had become his trademark since awakening in this world. His body glistened with sweat as he completed his 4th set of one-armed push-ups, every muscle defined under the harsh fluorescent lighting that did nothing to diminish the impression he made. The system might have enhanced his physique, but his dedication to training kept it honed to perfection, each movement precise and controlled. A gentle knock on the door went unnoticed as he switched to core exercises, counting under his breath, 48, 49, 50. His breathing remained steady, barely elevated despite the exertion. Nurse Aki, with her short-cropped black hair and striking blue eyes that contrasted sharply with her pale complexion, stepped inside and hesitantly called out, "Excuse me. Sir, I need to check your—" She froze mid-sentence, her face flushing a deep shade of red at the sight before her. Izuku was balanced in a perfect plank position, sweat dripping from his brow as muscles rippled with each controlled movement. Unlike the bulky builds of bodybuilders, his was the lean strength of a predator, functional, efficient, and dangerous. "Oh my God," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of surprise and unmistakable appreciation as she quickly retreated to the doorway, half hidden behind it like a startled deer. She peeked back into the room, almost as if to confirm she wasn't imagining things, her clipboard pressed against her chest like a shield. "I'm sorry," Izuku said, finally noticing her presence. He dropped from his position in one fluid motion and grabbed a towel from the nightstand, wiping the sweat from his face and torso with efficient movements. He seemed genuinely unaware of the effect his appearance had on the nurse, his expression neutral and focused. "No, I'm the one who should apologize," she replied quickly, her voice slightly higher pitched than normal and tinged with embarrassment as she avoided meeting his gaze directly. "I should have waited for a response before entering. Hospital protocol and all that." Her eyes couldn't help darting to his frame, lean but powerful, with a definition that spoke of functionality rather than vanity. A thin scar, pink and new-looking. Whoa, the rumors weren't lying, she thought to herself, swallowing hard. How was it possible to look this good in just 3 days? It's like his body completely transformed from the scrawny patient they brought in. "Do you need something?" Izuku asked the flustered nurse while casually pulling on his shirt, his movements economical and precise, nothing wasted. The plain white hospital-issued T-shirt clung slightly to his still damp skin. Nurse Aki composed herself with visible effort, clutching her clipboard tighter than necessary, her knuckles whitening slightly. "No, I came to tell you that you're being discharged today. The doctor signed off on your paperwork this morning. You made a remarkable recovery." She glanced at his medical chart, as if it might explain the impossible transformation she'd witnessed. "Okay," Izuku said simply, gathering the few possessions he had from the small bedside table, a worn wallet, his old clothes now cleaned, and a small notebook filled with what looked like training regimens and lists. His mind was already calculating his next moves, where to go, how to level up faster, and what resources he needed to acquire. The hospital had served its purpose. It was time to move on. As he was about to leave through the doorway, he heard a voice behind him. "Wait." He turned around and looked at the nurse again, surprised to find her holding out her phone, a newer model with a crack screen protector that caught the light. "Do you think I can get your number?" She asked, a hopeful smile on her face, despite the blush coloring her cheeks to her ears. "My number?" he asked, eyebrows slightly furrowed in confusion. Izuku remained completely aloof to the double meaning, his mind running in an entirely different direction. "Is she going to send me my exam results later?" "Yes, if you were okay with it," the nurse said, her blush deepening as she held his gaze for a moment before looking away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with her free hand. "Just professional reasons, of course." "Sure. Hold on a sec." Izuku pulled out his phone, an older model with a scratch case, completely missing the subtle signs of her interest as his thoughts remained focused on his quest ahead. The screen illuminated his face with a soft blue glow, highlighting the determined set of his jaw as he prepared to re-enter a world of monsters and danger. Time skip another day later. Stepping outside at dawn required a special kind of stealth. The soft golden light began to spill over the horizon, bathing the quiet neighborhood in warm amber tones and stretching long shadows across the pavement. A single bird chirped in the distance, its song piercing the stillness of the morning. Izumi eased the front door shut behind her, wincing at the faint creak of the hinges. She froze, holding her breath, ears straining for any sound of movement from inside. Silence. She exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. The last thing she wanted was to wake her brother Izuku, needed every bit of rest these days. "Hey, Izumi, heading to school already?" The voice startled her. She spun around, nearly stumbling off the doorstep. There he was, Izuku, approaching her with slow, deliberate steps. His white shirt clung tightly to his chest, the fabric stretched just enough to hint at the muscle beneath. Gray sweatpants hung loosely from his hips, and his disheveled black curls stuck out at odd angles, as though he'd been running his hands through them all night. He yawned, covering his mouth with one hand while absently tugging at his shirt collar with the other. The movement revealed a fleeting glimpse of his stomach toned, defined, a stark contrast to the softness she remembered. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, lending him a haunted, sleepless look. Izumi blinked, her mind catching up with the unexpected sight. "What the? You're up already?" She glanced at her watch, tapping her cheek to make sure she wasn't dreaming. The hands pointed clearly to 6:15 a.m. "Yeah, been up for a while." Izuku ruffled his hair again, his fingers threading through the curls as he spoke. "Have a good day at school, okay? Be careful on the way." His tone carried a weight she wasn't used to, a quiet, protective edge, as though he knew something she didn't. Sure." She stood frozen on the doorstep, watching him walk past her toward the kitchen. The sunlight caught his silhouette, highlighting subtle changes in his posture, straighter, more composed, as though he carried himself differently now. More grounded, more present. "That's weird. Izuku woke up before me," she murmured to herself. Izuku had never been lazy, but she had always been the early riser of the family. Her diligence had earned her the unofficial title of timekeeper, ensuring the household ran smoothly before anyone else stirred. But now, this was new. Her gaze lingered on him as he disappeared into the house. Something about him felt off. Or maybe it wasn't off, maybe it was different. His shoulders seemed broader, his shirt snug in places it hadn't been before. His arms held a definition she didn't recall, and even the way he moved had changed. There was a quiet strength in him, a confidence that seemed to radiate from within. Izumi narrowed her eyes, tilting her head as she tried to piece it together. "Izuku, have you been working out lately?" She called after him, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. He paused mid-step, his entire body tensing slightly before he turned to face her. A flicker of something concerned, wariness, crossed his features before disappearing behind a neutral expression. A little," he responded, the hesitation in his voice betraying more than his words. His eyes darted away briefly, focusing on a point over her shoulder rather than meeting her gaze directly. Izumi stepped closer, narrowing the gap between them. She held her hand out flat, measuring from the top of her head to where it hit on his body. The difference seemed to have shrunk noticeably from what she remembered. "You look more buff, but does exercise make you taller too? Do guys grow taller even after turning 20? Her eyebrows furrowed in genuine confusion, her head tilting as she continued her inspection. Something about her brother had fundamentally changed, and she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Izuku shifted his weight from one foot to the other, discomfort evident in every line of his body. The scrutiny made him uneasy. "Okay, can you stop asking me weird questions and just take the umbrella?" he said with a hint of irritation, pulling a small folding umbrella from behind his back where he must have been holding it. All along, his patience seemed to be wearing thin, the topic clearly one he wanted to avoid. "I don't think it's going to rain, and besides, my bag's already heavy," Izumi protested, casting a pointed glance at the pristine morning sky. Not a single cloud dared to intrude on the endless stretch of blue above. Izuku, however, met her words with a firm stare, one that uncannily mirrored their mother's unyielding expression when she was determined to win an argument. Without saying a word, he motioned for Izumi to turn around, a gesture that carried an unexpected authority for someone usually so agreeable. "Ugh, fine," she huffed, her dramatic pout making her displeasure abundantly clear. With exaggerated reluctance, She shrugged her backpack off her shoulders, the straps slipping away as if weighed down by her indignation. "Stop whining. It's just a light, folding umbrella," Izuku teased, though his tone softened, betraying a hint of affection beneath the mock annoyance. With deliberate care, he unzipped her bag, his fingers moving with precision as he nestled the umbrella inside. He adjusted it gently, ensuring her school supplies remained undisturbed. "The forecast mentioned possible showers this afternoon," he added, glancing at her with a small, knowing smile. "Better to be prepared, don't you think?" His fingers hovered over the zipper, pausing just a heartbeat too long, as though wrestling with unspoken words. In that fleeting moment, Izumi noticed a faint blue light flicker in his right eye, an ethereal flash that vanished the instant he blinked. What was that just now? Her thoughts were interrupted by a gentle nudge at the door. "Come on, you don't want to be late," Izuku urged with a soft smile. All right, I'm going, Mr. Pushy," Izumi teased, stepping out the door. She glanced back to see her brother waving cheerfully at her. Izumi shook her head again and hurriedly walked towards her school. Izuku turned the lock with a satisfying click and shifted his gaze to the glowing daily quest panel hovering before him. Heavy checkmark push-ups, 100 out of 100 completed. Heavy checkmark sit-ups, 100 out of 100 completed. Heavy checkmark squats, 100 out of 100 completed. Heavy multiplication X run, 0/10 km incomplete. "I think I'll go for a run later," Izuku remarked, flexing his right arm and watching the muscles ripple beneath his skin. A grin tugged at his lips as he marveled at the transformation. "There's no way my body changed this much from just a few days of working out. It has to be the stat points. My strength stat keeps climbing, and I think my body's adapting to hit peak efficiency." He tugged up his shirt, revealing defined abs that were steadily sculpting into a six-pack. Player status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 18. Class, none. Title, Wolf Assassin. Fatigue, 72. HP, 2,220. MP, 350. Strength, 48. Agility, 27. Sense, 27. Health, 27. Intelligence, 43. Available ability points, 12. Am I overdoing it with my strength stats? My intelligence was already high when I got the system, Izuku muttered, a worried expression crossing his face. Suddenly, a thought bubble appeared above him, displaying an exaggerated version of himself as a hulking bodybuilder. "Check out these guns," the imagined Izuku boomed, striking over the top poses and flexing absurdly large muscles. The real Izuku cringed, a sheepish flush creeping onto his cheeks. "Is that what I'm going to look like? Oh, please, no. Even if I have the power to inflict damage, it's meaningless if I can't land a hit." And the reverse is just as true. Strength and agility complement each other perfectly, so I'll focus on agility for now. Strength is important the higher, the better, but my sense stats turn out to be far more valuable than I ever expected. As for intelligence, not worth investing in just yet. High that is. Izuku mused to himself. New stats. Strength, 50. Agility, 35. Sense, 29. Health, 27. Intelligence, 43. Available ability points, 0. This should be enough, right? Izuku muttered to himself, his gaze lingering on his status screen. He tapped his finger against his chin, guessing the distribution of his points. No matter who you were, gamer or hunter, it was difficult to feel completely satisfied with every decision. Still, after spending so much time weighing his options, calculating potential outcomes, and considering future challenges, he felt reasonably content with how things had turned out. He flexed his hand, feeling the new strength flowing through his muscles. The sensation was intoxicating raw power contained just beneath his skin, ready to be unleashed. Unlike the fragile boy he'd been mere days ago, he now possessed the means to protect others, to make a difference. Just as he was about to close the status window, the familiar sound of his phone ringing echoed from the living room. Ring, ring. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the association? He wondered aloud, his pulse quickening. He hadn't received a raid notification in days, and the anticipation had been building within him like a coiled spring. In the past, he had dreaded these calls, reluctant to join the raids, and preferring to delay until the last possible moment. His stomach would knot with anxiety, his palms would sweat, and he'd count the seconds until he could return home safely. But now everything had changed. He was eager, restless to test his enhanced abilities against the monsters that awaited him. Without hesitation, Izuku dashed across the room, nearly knocking over a chair in his haste. He snatched the phone from its cradle on the third ring. "This is Hunter Izuku, Midoriya speaking," he answered, his voice firm and confident, a stark contrast to his previously timid tone when addressing official matters. "Finally, took you long enough to answer." The voice on the other end was familiar, but decidedly not the professional tone of an association representative. Izuku's excitement faltered as he frowned. His free hand, which had been clenched in anticipation, gradually relaxed. It wasn't the association, not a raid notification, not his chance to venture out and test his newfound power. A disappointed sigh escaped his lips, his anticipation deflating like a punctured balloon. He slumped against the wall, running a hand through his messy black hair. "Why is it so hard to get in touch with you these days?" The voice continued, oblivious to Izuku's disappointment. "I'm really sorry about that. I was admitted to the hospital after an incident a few days ago." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, the memory of his brief but harrowing stay after the gate incident flashing through his mind. It felt oddly distant now, as though it had happened to someone else entirely. "Happened?" the landlord responded, his tone softening with genuine concern. "I had a feeling something was wrong when you didn't call back. You've always been punctual with payments." "Well, setting that aside." The sound of papers shuffling came through the receiver. "Midoriya, about this month's rent, it hasn't come in yet. What's the plan? If you're in a tight spot, I can push it back a month or two." Izuku blinked at his phone, momentarily stunned. Rent? With everything that had happened to the system, the monsters, the surge of new abilities, mundane matters like paying rent had completely slipped his mind. He quickly recalibrated, his brain scrambling to address the concern. "Oh, no, it's fine," he replied, straightening up. "I'll send the money later today. The Hunter Association compensated me for the incident, so we're covered." His gaze flicked to his wallet on the kitchen counter, where the unexpected bonus payment lay tucked away. The association's generosity had surprised him. They'd labeled the funds as psychological trauma compensation, likely to avoid complaints or bad publicity. "Are you sure?" The landlord's voice carried a note of fatherly concern that always made Izuku feel a pang of guilt. "If you need to use that money for medical bills, I don't mind waiting." "I'm positive," Izuku reassured him. "The association took care of those expenses too." "All right, but don't overdo it, okay?" The landlord sighed, his voice heavy with the wisdom of someone who had seen too many young people burn themselves out. "You're already juggling so much, taking care of your mom and your younger sister. I know money's important, but your health matters too. Don't forget to take care of yourself." The heartfelt sentiment struck Izuku deeper than he expected. For years, he'd been running himself ragged, trying to support his family while battling his inadequacies as a hunter. Now that he had power, he found himself chasing more and more strength, more raids, more progress. Yet this reminder felt timely. Some things hadn't changed. "Thank you," he said softly, genuinely touched by the concern. "I'll keep that in mind. And I promise the rent will be in your account before the end of the day." "Good lad. Take care now." With that, the call ended. Izuku placed the phone down and exhaled deeply, only then realizing how tightly he'd been holding his breath. The grounding weight of bills and responsibilities felt oddly stabilizing after days consumed by thoughts of power and monsters. "I guess some things never change," he murmured, walking over to retrieve his wallet. System or no system, the rent still needs to be paid. Izuku retrieved the bank balance book from a drawer, his fingers brushing over the frayed edges of the worn ledger. The account held a meager 800,000 Korean wons, just over $700. Phew! A heavy sigh escaped his lips as his shoulders sagged under the weight of his financial reality. Once he paid the 500,000 Korean won's rent, He'd be left with a mere 300,000 Korean wons to cover the month's living expenses, food, utilities, transportation, and the inevitable unexpected costs. His gaze drifted around the cramped apartment. The low rent was only possible because the building was tucked away in the far-flung outskirts of the city, miles from convenience stores and public transportation. The structure itself was a patchwork of decay, with water stains marring the ceiling and cracks spidering across the walls. The landlord, a kind-hearted elderly man who sympathized with Izuku's struggles, had refrained from raising the rent for years. In today's market, finding anything for 500,000 Korean wons is practically a miracle, Izuku muttered, closing the balance book with a dull thud. Even this modest amount pushed his budget to the brink, and surviving on 300,000 Korean wons for the month felt like an impossible challenge in the face of rising costs. "I need to make money fast," he resolved, his voice gaining a determined edge. Urgent matters demanded action. His eyes caught his reflection in the window, a young man with steely determination, no longer the trembling novice who once quaked before an E-ranked monster. Izuku's thoughts churned as he considered the financial ecosystem of hunters. How did they earn their keep? The answer was both simple and daunting: by slaying monsters. Elite hunters, those ranked S or A, lived lavish lives. They enjoyed lucrative sponsorships from major corporations, starred in glossy commercials, and made guest appearances on popular shows. Their earnings rivaled, or even surpassed, those of chaebols, the ultra-wealthy owners of Korea's massive conglomerates. Yet these hunters were the exception, not the rule. For the majority of hunters, the reality was far less glamorous. They had to brave dungeons regularly just to make ends meet. The equation was straightforward. Higher ranks granted access to more dangerous dungeons, which offered better rewards. A hunter's income was directly tied to their skill and courage. But for Izuku, stuck in the E-rank category, the path forward was fraught with obstacles. His stats had improved dramatically, yet his official rank remained unchanged, a glaring limitation in the eyes of potential employers. Scrolling through job postings on his phone, Izuku's expression darkened with frustration. "If I could just join an assault team, even temporarily," he murmured, his thumb hovering over promising listings. One by one, he dialed the numbers. Each conversation ended the same way. "E-rank? Sorry, we're looking for more experienced hunters." "An E-rank for AB Gate? That's a liability, not an asset. Call back when you've upgraded your rank, kid." Freelance hunters who posted these openings operated without the safety nets of major guilds. Their survival hinged on the competence of their teammates, making an E-rank hunter an unacceptable risk. These freelancers occupied a precarious middle ground, too skilled for association work, but not exceptional enough to join established guilds. They assembled their teams, shouldering all the risks and responsibilities. Even so, they earned upwards of 10 million Korean wons monthly, around $8,830, a stark contrast to Izuku's dire financial situation. It was the quintessential high-risk, high-reward scenario. They risked their lives daily, facing creatures capable of tearing them apart in seconds, but the rewards justified the peril. Ordinary citizens envied and mythologized hunters, dazzled by the glamorous facade of the profession. Izuku, however, couldn't afford to indulge in envy. His abilities had grown exponentially, yet his rank kept him shackled to poverty. Should I just take the rank reassignment test? Naturally, but he dismissed it with a decisive shake of his head. A sudden leap in rank would attract unwanted attention. Whether classified as A, B, or even C, the phenomenon of reawakening would spark intense scrutiny. Hunters thrived on gossip, and a sudden rank increase would place him in the spotlight, a dangerous position for someone with his unique abilities. His power to continuously strengthen himself would eventually be discovered, triggering a cascade of questions. A hunter who can grow stronger over time? How does he do it? Who is he? What do we learn from him? Interest would be inevitable. He represented something unprecedented in the hunter world. But not all interest would be benign. Among those curious about his abilities would lurk individuals with darker motives, those who might want to exploit him, study him, or eliminate him as a potential threat. if just one of those hostile parties possesses significant power. Izuku shuddered at the thought, a cold weight settling in his stomach. Despite his recent improvements, he remained vulnerable until he developed enough strength to defend himself against any potential threat. Remaining unnoticed seemed the wiser course. But I still need to make money, he reminded himself, returning to his immediate problem. A regular part-time job wasn't viable either. The association could call at any moment for a raid, and he couldn't risk missing those opportunities. Each dungeon raid provided both financial compensation and valuable experience, essential resources for his growth. Sacrificing those chances for minimum wage work at a convenience store or cafe made little sense. While deliberating his limited options, a new posting on the bulletin board caught his attention, the notification pinging on his phone. Emergency. Searching for a single hunter, regardless of the rank. Needs to come right away. Izuku's eyes widened as he noted the timestamp the posting had appeared mere seconds ago. When he examined the details, he was pleased to discover the location wasn't far from his apartment, perhaps 15 minutes by foot if he hurried. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone and dialed the contact number. The other party must have been anxiously awaiting responses because they answered immediately before the first ring had even been completed. Hello. The voice sounded slightly breathless, tension evident in their tone. Izuku introduced himself, stating his rank up front to avoid wasting anyone's time, then waited for the inevitable rejection that had become so familiar. Oh, you're new rank? The response carried surprise, but, unexpectedly, not dismissal. It's fine, the voice continued, to Izuku's astonishment. We just need someone to show up and fill the head count, that's all. However, it's a C rank gate, so it would be difficult for you to hunt there effectively. There was a brief pause. We'll split the actual profits among ourselves and give you 2 million Korean wons in cash. How about it? Can you come right away? Izuku's heartbeat quickened. 2 million Korean wons for a day's work. Around $1,765. It was a substantial amount simply for being present to complete the required number of hunters. The offer was tempting more than tempting, it was a lifeline. While it was disappointing that he wouldn't share in the dungeon's actual loot, quibbling over terms might cost him this opportunity altogether. Address the immediate crisis first, he reminded himself, thinking practically. Such opportunities were rare for E-ranked hunters, especially ones with his reputation for weakness and timidity. The amount offered would cover his and his sister's living expenses for the month, alleviating his most pressing concern. With newfound confidence in his voice, Izuku accepted the offer. I'll be there in less than 15 minutes, he promised, already reaching for his hunting gear. Izuku barely took a minute to prepare, throwing on his jacket and rushing out the door. His heart pounded in his chest as he navigated down the apartment stairs, mind racing with possibilities about what awaited him. Flagging down a taxi with a quick wave, he slid into the back seat and directed the driver toward the meeting point, a construction site, bathed in the golden-orange glow of the setting sun. How far is it? He asked, checking his phone for the time. About 15 minutes, the driver replied, merging into traffic. Izuku nodded, using those precious minutes to collect his thoughts. The cab eventually slowed to a halt at the edge of the construction zone, dust swirling in the dying light. As he paid the fare, he spotted 9 figures waiting for him, their silhouettes imposing against the backdrop of half-finished steel beams and idle machinery. The skeletal framework of the building in progress cast long shadows across the gravel lot. Dressed casually in a blue jacket, a plain black t-shirt, and jeans, Izuku stepped out and scanned the group. Gravel crunched beneath his feet as he approached, the cooling evening air carrying the scent of concrete and metal. His gaze was immediately drawn to the man who appeared to be their leader. The stocky figure stood with relaxed confidence at the front of the group, waving enthusiastically when he spotted Izuku. His spiky black hair caught the fading sunlight, and a faint scar crossed his right eyebrow. His muscular frame was accentuated by a simple black shirt that stretched across broad shoulders, black gloves worn from use, rugged brown pants with utility pockets, and distinctive blue armor strapped to his right shoulder and lower legs. Numerous scars lined his left arm like battle trophies, telling stories of past encounters and lending him an air of rugged authority. "Hey, over here," the man called out, his voice booming with energy and cutting through the ambient noise of distant city traffic. Izuku approached cautiously but confidently, adjusting his pace to appear neither too eager nor hesitant. His blue eyes met the leader's sharp gaze, analyzing and assessing. The man smiled, his expression a mix of warmth and strength that seemed genuine, before extending a calloused hand. Izuku hesitated for only a moment, considering the implications of this first contact before grasping it firmly. "I'm Huang Dong-suk," the man said, his grip solid and unwavering. His voice carried a slight accent that Izuku couldn't quite place. "What's your name?" "I'm Izuku Midoriya," Izuku replied, his voice steady as he met the man's smile with one of his own. He made sure to maintain eye contact, knowing first impressions mattered in this world of hunters. Huang nodded approvingly before turning slightly. "Let me introduce you to my team. We've been working together for 3 years now." He gestured to each hunter in turn, rattling off names and specialties with practiced ease. Izuku greeted each member with a polite nod, carefully observing their expressions and body language. Some offered friendly smiles while others maintained a professional distance, eyeing him with varying degrees of curiosity and skepticism. His heightened perception, a gift he was still learning to fully control, allowed him to gauge their abilities with surprising accuracy. The world around him seemed to sharpen as his senses kicked into overdrive, almost glowing blue in intensity. Among the group, Izuku noticed Dong-suk and 5 other hunters surrounded by a faint red aura, signaling danger or significant power. Their stances spoke of experience and capability, with subtle tells in how they positioned themselves and the worn but well-maintained equipment they carried. Meanwhile, those standing behind them emitted a calm, reassuring blue glow, less intense but still indicating trained abilities. 5 with a similar rank to Dong-suk, Izuku calculated silently, cataloging what he observed. 4 with a slightly lower rank than them. 5 ranked CS and around 4 with DS or lower. A balanced team structure. He kept his face neutral, not wanting to reveal his ability to assess them so thoroughly. This information would be valuable if things went well or if they didn't. To clear a gate-rated C, strict regulations were enforced by the Hunter Association, Izuku thought, scanning the document Dong-suk had handed him. The paper detailed the mission parameters and team composition. At least 10 hunters are required, with more than half ranked C or higher. No wonder they needed to pull in extra people. He understood the logic behind the rules. C-rank gates were dangerous enough to warrant sufficient manpower, but common enough that permanent teams couldn't handle them all. The result was these hastily assembled strike squads, experienced hunters supplemented with whoever was available to meet the quota. "Hey, looks like you and I are just here to fill the numbers," a cheerful voice cut through his thoughts. Izuku looked up to find a young man standing beside him. He was of average height with light brown hair styled in a neat side sweep. What immediately caught Izuku's attention wasn't his friendly expression, but his armor, an extravagant combination of pristine white and vibrant orange that covered his chest and shoulders. The material looked expensive, possibly custom-made, with decorative embellishments that served no practical purpose. Beneath this flashy protection, he wore a fitted orange shirt cinched at the waist with a designer belt that probably cost more than Izuku's entire outfit. "My name's Yujinho. I'm 22 years old, rank D." The man introduced himself with an easy smile and extended hand. "I'm not really part of this strike squad either. They pulled me in last minute. Same as you." Izuku's eyebrow twitched involuntarily as he shook Jinho's hand. "Right? Nice to meet you," he replied, doing his best not to gawk at the armor that practically glowed in the fading sunlight. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. He reminds me so much of my younger self," Izuku thought with a mix of nostalgia and secondhand embarrassment. The enthusiasm, the obvious need to impress. "Yep, that's me. Except maybe dialed up to 11 and dipped in chrome." His eyes wandered back to Jinho's gear, which looked like it belonged in a fantasy catalog titled Battle Ready and Bougie. What is this guy's deal? Izuku mused, squinting as a particularly shiny section of the armor nearly blinded him. Did he raid a treasure chest? Or just max out a credit card? Is he here to fight monsters or audition for a medieval fashion show? The armor was so polished it could double as a disco ball, with engravings so intricate they probably had their backstory. This thing's going to collect dirt faster than I collect All Might merch, Izuku thought, stifling a chuckle. It was expensive, impractical, and screamed, "Please take me seriously." The perfect outfit for someone who thought looking the part was half the battle. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. Huang, let's stop wasting time and head inside already. A burly hunter with a prominent scar running down his left cheek spoke up, tapping his watch impatiently. His voice carried the weight of experience, gruff and direct. We're going to kill them all anyway, so why bother explaining every little detail? Another team member added, a woman with short cropped hair and calculating eyes who was methodically checking her daggers, sliding them in and out of their sheaths with practiced precision. Yeah, at this rate, my ears might clog up with wax. This came from a lanky hunter leaning against a concrete pillar, picking at his nails with the tip of a small knife. The dying sunlight glinted off his weapon as he twirled it between his fingers. As the original team members chimed in, Huang's laughter boomed across the construction site, echoing against the steel beams. He clapped his hands together, the sound sharp and commanding, instantly drawing everyone's attention. All right. Enough talk, let's get moving. His eyes swept over the group, lingering briefly on Izuku and Jinho. Time is money, and this gate won't clear itself. The group began preparing to enter the gate with practiced efficiency. Equipment bags were hoisted, weapons checked, and communication devices tested. The casual banter faded into focused preparation, a transformation that Izuku noted with interest. Before we go in, you two take a look at these. Huang pulled 2 folded papers from his jacket pocket, handing one to Izuku and one to Jinho. The papers were slightly worn at the edges as if they'd been used many times before. Sign your names at the bottom, and we're good to go. Izuku unfolded the document, scanning its contents carefully. The contract was surprisingly straightforward, printed on standard paper with the team's unofficial logo watermarked in the background. It outlined that he wouldn't participate in hunting or share in the loot. Instead, he'd receive 2 million won immediately after the raid concluded. The terms matched what he had heard over the phone, but one particular clause, highlighted in bold text, caught his attention. I hereby agree not to question any actions, decisions, or events that occur inside the dungeon, nor discuss them with external parties afterward. Izuku's brow furrowed as he read the line twice. Something about the wording sent a chill down his spine despite the warm evening air. Unlike raids organized by the association, which came with insurance policies and safety protocols, freelance raids offered no compensation for incidents inside the dungeon. It was one of the reasons hunters couldn't qualify for conventional life insurance. Essentially, you entered at your own risk with no safety net. Only now, as the reality of the contract's implications settled in, did it truly sink in for Izuku he had joined an independent assault team with no oversight or accountability. While reviewing the contract, Izuku tilted his head slightly, allowing him to discreetly glance at Jinho's document. As expected, his terms were different. Besides the promised 2 million won, Jinho would also receive a 5% share of the loot, provided he participated appropriately in combat situations. The definition of appropriate participation was conveniently vague. The pen felt heavy in Izuku's hand as he contemplated his options. Walking away now would mean no payment, but signing meant committing to an increasingly suspicious arrangement. After a moment's hesitation, he scrawled his signature at the bottom, the ink slightly smudged from the pressure of his grip. Before handing the paper back, Izuku turned to Huang with a question, keeping his tone casual but direct. What exactly am I supposed to do inside? His blue eyes studied Huang's face, searching for any hint of deception. Huang's smile remained steady as he took the signed contract and folded it neatly. Nothing complicated, Just stick with us and carry the luggage. Stay out of the way during fights, and we'll make sure you get back safely. Luggage? Izuku echoed, raising an eyebrow. In response, Huang gestured toward a massive backpack one of his teammates had pulled from their unmarked minivan. The pack looked military-grade, with reinforced straps and multiple compartments. It landed on the gravel with a heavy thud when the hunter dropped it at Izuku's feet. It's got lunch boxes for the team, extra clothing, equipment, first aid kits, and some other essentials, Huang explained, patting the bag like it was a pet. Standard procedure for longer expeditions. Wait, first aid kits for entering a dungeon. Izuku's internal alarm bells rang louder. Regular hunters wouldn't rely on mundane medical supplies when magic-based healing was both faster and more effective for the types of injuries sustained in Gates. Unable to hide his concern, Izuku looked up from the oversized pack. "You're not bringing a healer?" The question came out sharper than he intended, momentarily breaking his casual facade. Huang's smile faltered slightly, a crack in his confident demeanor. "You probably know it's tough to hire a healer for freelance rates. They charge premium rates, and frankly, not everyone's comfortable with our operational style." He rolled his shoulders, tension visible in his neck before his smile returned. "But don't worry, we've managed just fine without one so far. Our tanker is solid, and we hit hard enough that most encounters end quickly. That's a load of trash." Izuku thought to himself. Something off. Izuku processed this information with growing unease. The team barely met the minimum number of hunters required for AC rank raid. One of the new members, Jinho, who was currently taking selfies with his gleaming armor reflecting the sunset, seemed to think this was some kind of social gathering rather than a potentially lethal expedition. The team's composition only included a tanker and damage dealers, no healer, no support, no strategic diversity. He glanced at Jinho again, who was now adjusting his expensive armor while chatting excitedly with one of the more experienced hunters, completely oblivious to the red flags Izuku was mentally cataloging. Even after hearing there was no healer, the clueless newcomer didn't seem fazed, his enthusiasm undiminished as he practiced dramatic combat poses that would likely get him killed in an actual fight. It was a clear sign he was a rookie, perhaps on his first or second raid. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if Jinho understood what he was walking into, or if he was deliberately being kept in the dark, just as Izuku suspected they were trying to do with him. A strike squad consisting of just tanks and damage dealers, Izuku thought, a knowing smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. They're just a bunch of pretenders, he concluded, mentally cataloging their weaknesses. A proper raid team required balance and coordination, not this haphazard collection of fighters who seemed more interested in the loot than proper preparation. He glanced again at the contract, the clause about not questioning their actions inside the dungeon feeling heavier with each passing second. Something was definitely off about this entire operation. The oversized backpack at his feet, the vague explanations, the hastily assembled team, all of it pointed to something beyond a standard gate clearing. Still, he signed the contract with a steady hand. Not because he needed the $2 million his bank account was comfortable enough these days, but because whatever was happening here needed investigating. More importantly, with his newly awakened abilities, he was confident in his power to protect himself, and perhaps even the oblivious Jinho if things went south. "Here it is," he said, sliding the signed paperback to Huang with deliberate casualness, hiding his suspicions behind a neutral expression. "I'm finished too," Jinho announced brightly, practically bouncing as he handed over his contract. The expensive armor clinked softly with his movements, still pristine and untested. His eyes shone with an eagerness that reminded Izuku painfully of his naive enthusiasm when he first started. Huang checked the signatures of both men carefully, his eyes lingering perhaps a moment too long on Izuku's before folding the papers and tucking them securely into his jacket pocket. His face broke into a wide smile, tension visibly draining from his shoulders. "All right," he shouted, clapping his hands together, his mood clearly buoyant. The sound echoed across the construction site, drawing the team's attention like a starting gun. "Let's get moving, everyone." The party headed straight to the location of the gate, their footsteps crunching on gravel and broken concrete. The abandoned construction site loomed around them, skeletal frameworks of what should have been an apartment complex jutting into the darkening sky. The economy nowadays isn't so good, but still. Huang clicked his tongue, gesturing at the desolation surrounding them. The unfinished buildings stood like massive tombstones, scattered across the landscape, their empty window frames staring back like hollow eye sockets. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of walking through a cemetery for giant concrete and steel monuments to failed ambitions. Jinho sidled closer to Izuku, his expensive armor catching the last rays of sunset as he leaned in conspiratorially. "Did you know?" he whispered, his breath warm against Izuku's ear. "That while the employees and investors are going through hell right now, the CEO of this project ran off overseas 2 months ago with 900 billion Korean wons." Izuku quickened his pace slightly, shoulders stiffening, a clear signal that he preferred to walk alone. But Jinho matched his stride effortlessly, apparently immune to social cues. The heavy backpack dug into Izuku's shoulders as he adjusted it, hoping the physical discomfort might somehow discourage his unwanted companion. With everyone except Izuku having worked together before, it made sense that the newcomer might gravitate toward the only other outsider. Still, Izuku had hoped for a quiet approach to the gate, time to observe the team's dynamics and prepare mentally. "Mr. Midoriya, are you always this quiet?" Jinho persisted, his voice cutting through Izuku's thoughts. Finally, unable to ignore the younger man any longer, Izuku turned to him with a barely concealed sigh. "Don't you know how to take a hint?" "Well, I've never lived while worrying about taking hints, so—" Jinho's laugh was light and unburdened, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Izuku studied him silently. Was this guy genuinely good-natured or simply oblivious? He scratched the side of his head, contemplating which was worse in their current situation. As they approached the gate, Izuku felt the familiar tightness in his chest, that instinctive response he'd developed over years of barely surviving raids. While other hunters might view these expeditions as lucrative opportunities, each one Izuku had participated in was a desperate gamble, a bitter struggle to earn just enough to keep going. The memories of past close calls manifested as physical tension, his muscles coiling in anticipation. "It's over here," Huang announced, stopping abruptly. The group collectively gasped as they rounded the corner of an unfinished building foundation. "Oh, Huang, is this really a gate-rated C? But isn't it too big?" One of the hunters stepped forward, his face pale in the glow emanating from the anomaly. Another chimed in nervously. "You think the association was lying to us? They said investigators came around here twice already, before they hung what appeared to be a tear. In reality, itself a massive hole in the air, black as midnight and seemingly bottomless, edges pulsing with unnatural energy that made the hair on Izuku's arms stand on end. It was at least twice the size of any C-rank gate he'd encountered before, its surface rippling like disturbed water. Gates were ranked according to the waves of magical energy they emitted. Association investigators would assess each one, assigning a letter grade that determined the required clearance level and expected threat. The ranking system kept order in what would otherwise be chaos, preventing untrained hunters from walking into slaughter. A and B rank gates were typically reserved for major guilds with their elite teams and superior resources. C rank gates represented the ceiling for freelancers challenging enough to require skill and coordination, but manageable with the right preparation. This gate, however, seemed to defy its assigned category. Its sheer size and the way it distorted the air around it suggested something far more dangerous. Huang stood before the pulsing darkness, his shoulders squared with a confidence Izuku wasn't sure was justified. He turned to face his team, his features half illuminated by the gate's otherworldly glow. "I'll be entering first," he announced. "Do your best to keep up, everyone." Without waiting for acknowledgement, the tanker stepped forward and was swallowed by the darkness. One by one, the other hunters followed, each disappearing into the void with varying degrees of hesitation. "You never know, so," Izuku thought, rolling his shoulders and stretching his arms in practice motions. His muscles responded with comfortable familiarity despite the weight of the backpack. Beside him, Jinho began pulling equipment from his personal bag with visible excitement. His sword emerged first, a gleaming blade that caught what little light remained in the day. The craftsmanship was evident even to Izuku's untrained eye. Next came a shield, its polished surface emblazoned with an intricate crest. Both items were clearly high-end, their quality far exceeding what a novice hunter could typically afford. The sword alone probably cost more than what Izuku would make from this entire raid. He said he never had to worry about taking hints before. Does that mean he's from a wealthy family? Izuku reassessed his companion with newfound interest. Jinho caught Izuku staring and straightened up, puffing out his chest slightly as he secured the shield to his arm with practiced motions that belied his inexperience. Jinho strode up to Izuku, a confident grin lighting up his face as he gave him a firm pat on the back. "What's got you so worked up, Mr. Midoriya? You're E rank, right? No need to stress, I've got your back." He shot Izuku a playful wink and followed it up with a bold thumbs up, radiating assurance. Rather than offering reassurance, Izuku blinked at him with wide, baffled eyes. Huh. A strained, awkward laugh escaped his lips, teetering on the edge of cringe. Izuku scratched the back of his head, biting back a sarcastic response. The irony wasn't lost on him, this rookie, with his shiny, untested equipment promising protection to someone who had survived more gates than most veterans, even if his official rank didn't reflect it. "Okay, thanks for the sentiment," he managed, keeping his tone neutral. "Let's go in as well," Jinho said as Izuku adjusted the straps of the heavy backpack one final time. They stepped toward the gate together, Jinho's armor catching the last light of day as darkness enveloped them. Despite his misgivings and the warning bells ringing in his mind, Izuku followed the team into the void, his senses heightened and ready for whatever waited on the other side. The interior of the dungeon greeted them with an eerie silence that seemed to swallow their footsteps. Darkness pressed against them from all sides, absolute and impenetrable, like thick velvet pulled over their eyes. The air felt different here, colder, staler, with an undercurrent of something ancient and undisturbed. Izuku strained his eyes, but could make out nothing in the pitch black. His hand instinctively moved to the wall, seeking some point of reference in the void. Huang's voice cut through the darkness with practiced authority, the sound oddly muffled in the dense atmosphere. "Hey, Kyuan, I need a light." "All right." The response came immediately, calm and professional. Cho Kyuan, the team's magic specialist, extended his palm upward. His fingers trembled slightly as he concentrated, drawing from the well of magical energy within him. A small sphere of bluish-white light materialized above his hand, pulsing gently at first, then floating higher, expanding until it illuminated their surroundings with a cool, ethereal glow. The sudden brightness revealed a cavernous space with jagged rock walls extending into shadowy recesses. Stalactites hung like teeth from the ceiling, casting long, distorted shadows across the uneven floor. Huang lowered his shield slightly, the metal catching glints of the magical light as he scanned the empty passage with narrowed eyes. What the hell? Where are all the monsters? His breath formed small clouds in the unexpectedly frigid air. "I wonder." Kyuan frowned. His face was ghostly in the magical light, features sharply defined by the harsh shadows. "There's no light in here, either. Not even ambient mana traces." In typical cave-like dungeons, luminous stones usually dotted the walls, providing at least minimal visibility. Their natural glow guided hunters along the correct paths and often served as warnings of nearby monster nests. Their soft blue-green hue was a familiar comfort to veterans like Huang. This dungeon, however, was devoid of even that basic feature. Just rock, darkness, and an unsettling emptiness. Jinho leaned closer to Izuku, his voice barely above a whisper, lips almost touching Izuku's ear. "Mr. Midoriya, could there be a dungeon without monsters in it?" Hope tinged his question, the naive wish of a novice for an easy first raid. Shush! Izuku raised a hand sharply, his head tilted slightly, posture suddenly alert like a predator catching a scent. His brow furrowed in concentration as he listened intently. His ears were practically twitching as they picked up faint sounds the others had yet to notice, numerous tiny impacts against stone, rapidly multiplying and approaching from all directions. The subtle vibrations traveled through the floor into the soles of his boots. After a moment, he spoke with quiet certainty, his voice dropping an octave lower. It's not that there aren't any. They just haven't arrived yet. He discreetly adjusted his stance, shifting his weight forward onto the balls of his feet. Jinho swallowed nervously, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly as he processed Izuku's words. His knuckles whitened around the grip of his expensive sword, its pristine blade revealing that it had never tasted battle. Rumble. The distant sound grew louder, unmistakable now. The entire party tensed as the vibrations reached them, traveling through the stone beneath their feet, sending tiny pebbles dancing across the cavern floor. Huang's expression shifted as realization dawned. Years of experience connecting patterns he'd seen before. A dungeon with no luminous stones could mean. His face paled as he connected the dots, the vital fluid draining from his features. What moves around in groups, lives in darkness, and rushes toward the source of light. Oh no! One of the hunters backed up instinctively, his boots scraping loudly against the stone. Huang's complexion turned ashen, a sentiment mirrored across the faces of the more experienced team members. The veterans exchanged knowing glances. They'd all heard the stories, if not lived them. It's bugs, someone shouted, voice cracking with rising panic. Bugs are coming. Eff it, man. Why the hell did it have to be bugs? Another hunter spat, his hand tightening around his weapon until his knuckles whitened, a vein bulging on his temple. I hate these chittering monsters. Huang's voice rose above the growing panic, cutting through the chaos with the authority of command. Get into your positions. They're coming. In front. Triangle formation, backs to each other. From the other side of the lone passage, something, or rather, many somethings were rushing toward them, a chaotic mass of movement detectable more by sound than sight. The darkness beyond Kuon's light sphere seemed to ripple and shift. Wait, could this be an anthill? A hunter's voice quavered with dread, the words hanging in the air like a curse. Don't say something that might jinx us, okay? Another snapped, fear edging his words. He made a warding gesture with his free hand, an old superstition from before the gates appeared. Among all monster types, insects were notoriously difficult to handle. Their exoskeletons resisted many conventional attacks. They coordinated with hive mind efficiency, and their numbers could quickly overwhelm even experienced hunter teams. Each individual insect might not pose a lethal threat, but collectively, they became a devastating force. Where other monsters might attack with predictable patterns, insects swarmed with a frenzied intelligence that defied conventional battle tactics. And among insects, ants are the absolute worst. Countless hunters had entered anthills thinking they could handle a C-rank dungeon, only to be overwhelmed within minutes, their bodies torn apart by relentless mandibles and acid. The lucky ones died quickly. The unlucky ones were dragged, still conscious, to underground chambers where a slower fate awaited. Rumble, rumble. The sound intensified, countless legs scuttling across the stone, the noise echoing off the walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Like raindrops at first, then a downpour, then a flood. They were close now, very close. The air vibrated with it. Huang raised a shield until it covered him from chin to knees, his muscles tensed for impact. The veins in his forearms stood out prominently as he braced himself. Yet strangely, the passage ahead remained empty. No insects appeared in the light, though the sound of their approach was unmistakable. Confusion rippled through the team like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling and chaotic. Eyes darted nervously from shadow to shadow, every hunter gripping their weapons tightly, knuckles white, bracing against an enemy that remained maddeningly unseen. What's happening? Why can't I see them? One hunter demanded, his voice trembling as he spun in a frantic circle, scanning the oppressive darkness. His breaths rapid bursts, each one louder than the last. But they're close, aren't they? Another hissed, pivoting sharply, his blade glinting faintly in the dim light. Beads of sweat trickled down his temple despite the icy chill in the air. I can hear them breathing. Don Suksan, what about in front? Do you see anything? A third called out, his bowstring taut, arrow knocked, though his aim wavered without a target. His voice cracked under the strain of the unknown. Then, cutting through the rising panic like a blade, came Izuku's voice, urgent, sharp, and unwavering. The voice of someone who had stared death in the eye and lived to tell the tale. Above you. The words hit Huang like a jolt of electricity. His body moved before his mind could catch up, instinct honed through countless battles taking over. His head snapped upward, muscles coiled and ready, his heart pounding in his chest. Rumble. A sickening sound reverberated through the cavern, low and ominous, like the growl of some ancient beast. And then they saw them. Massive insects, grotesque and alien, scuttling with terrifying speed across the ceiling. Their segmented bodies gleamed wetly under the faint magical light, as if coated in a slick, viscous oil. 6-legged monstrosities, each the size of a large dog, their mandibles clicking ominously, capable of slicing through flesh and bone with ease. The iridescent sheen of their carapaces shimmered like a nightmare made real, and their countless eyes, cold, black, and reflective, caught the light, glinting like shards of broken glass. The creatures began their descent, moving with a predatory precision that sent chills down the hunters' spines. If Izuku hadn't spotted them, if they had waited even a heartbeat longer, the insects would have dropped directly onto their heads, shattering their formation in an instant. The velocity of their fall, combined with the razor-sharp mandibles, would have pierced through armor like paper. Against swarm monsters like these, positioning wasn't just strategy, it was survival. A broken formation meant chaos. It meant being surrounded, isolated, and torn apart piece by piece. In the suffocating darkness, it meant a slow, inevitable death. Huang felt ice slither down his spine, the sensation sharp and biting as his mind conjured the image of a gruesome fate. Phantom pain flared across his body, vivid and unrelenting, as he imagined jagged mandibles rending flesh with merciless precision. His breath hitched, but he forced himself to focus, scanning the threat with a critical eye. Amid the chaos, he found a sliver of solace. None of the insects bore the dreaded segmented forms of ants. Their bodies were rounded and armored like beetles, their carapaces gleaming faintly in the dim light. It was a small mercy, but one he clung to. Summoning strength from that faint reassurance, Huang raised his voice, the tremor of fear replaced with commanding resolve. Fire! Fire and bring them down. Once they're grounded, I'll lure the ants away. His words carried weight, slicing through the tension like a blade. The ranged attackers snapped to action, their training overriding the primal fear clawing at their minds. Swish and arrow sliced through the air with lethal precision, its flight ending in a sickening crunch as it pierced the thorax of one insect. The impact echoed like dry leaves crushed underfoot, and viscous, dark fluid sprayed from the ruptured wound, splattering the ground in sticky droplets. Boom! A fireball erupted against the ceiling with a deafening roar, its searing heat briefly warming the faces of the defenders as it shattered stone and sent 3 more creatures plummeting. Their descent was chaotic, legs flailing desperately as gravity yanked them down. Keek! The injured insects unleashed a cacophony of shrill cries, piercing and discordant. The sound was unbearable, scraping against Izuku's eardrums like shards of broken glass. Kia! The chorus grew, each scream layered over the last, a metallic screeching that reverberated through the chamber in waves. It was a symphony of alien agony and unbridled rage, each noting a dissonant reminder of the relentless danger they faced. When the first wave fell, struck by the hunters' attacks, The remaining insects abandoned their sealing advantage and dropped to the ground. They formed a chittering mass of legs and mandibles, clearly preparing to engage the intruders who had brought unwelcome light into their domain. They moved with horrible coordination as if guided by a single mind. This was where a tanker's skill proved essential. Huang activated his provocation skill, a specialized hunter ability that drew monster aggression away from more vulnerable team members. A subtle red aura flickered around him momentarily, invisible to human eyes but unmistakable to monster senses. As if responding to an unheard command, every insect simultaneously turned its multifaceted eyes toward Huang. Their antennae twitched in unison, zeroing in on their chosen target. The synchronicity of their movement was unsettling, dozens of creatures suddenly acting as one entity. "I'm over here, you bugs," Huang shouted, deliberately increasing the provocation, channeling more of his energy into the skill. His voice echoed off the walls, confident and challenging. "Keech!" A deafening screech pierced the air as the swarm surged forward, a mass of glinting, chitinous bodies moving with unnerving precision. Their razor-sharp mandibles snapped hungrily, eager to tear through flesh and bone. Each insect's segmented legs churned against the stone floor, a blur of armored motion that left faint scratches in their wake. Their bodies shimmered in the dim light, a living tide of claws and carapace converging with unyielding determination. Boom! The first collision struck Huang's shield like a thunderclap, the force shaking the chamber and sending a jarring tremor up his arm. The sheer weight of the impact pushed him back half a step, but he gritted his teeth and anchored himself. Crash! Another insect slammed into the barrier, its momentum causing the metal to groan under the strain. Then another, and another, each strike landing with brutal precision. The relentless blows rattled his shoulders and sent shockwaves through his frame, yet his stance remained firm. Clang! The shield rang out like a gong as claws scraped and hammered against it, the sound echoing in chaotic bursts. Cling! Crash! Clang! The cacophony of metal meeting chitin filled the chamber, drowning out all other noise as Huang braced himself against the unending, mindless determination, their mandibles and claws seeking purchase on his armor and shield. Yet his defenses held firm. The reinforced shield, designed specifically for a tanker's role, withstood the assault without buckling. Huang's stance remained solid, his feet planted firmly against the ground, absorbing each impact through practiced technique rather than brute strength. His years of training manifested in the perfect balance he maintained despite the onslaught. "Stand by, get in position, and get ready," Huang called out, his voice steady despite the onslaught. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his eyes remained clear and focused. His eyes narrowed as he watched the insects' attack patterns, waiting for that brief moment when their momentum would falter, the perfect opportunity for his team to strike. Behind his shield, he smiled grimly. This was what he was born to do. Even as the relentless swarm of bugs gnawed and clawed at him with ferocious intensity, Huang stood firm, his resolve unshaken. The chitinous creatures scraped against his armor, their mandibles seeking any vulnerability, but he didn't flinch. He waited patiently, muscles tensed but controlled, calculating the perfect moment to strike back. His role was unmistakable: serve as the immovable bulwark, ensuring the ants' relentless focus remained solely on him. Even as the damage dealers unleashed their devastating strikes upon the enemy, the monsters had to remain fixated on him, sparing his teammates from their fury. Every move he made, every taunt he issued, was calculated to keep the swarm's wrath centered on his armored frame. "This will do." Satisfaction flickered across his face as the last of the creatures committed to attacking him, their clicking mandibles and twitching antennae betraying their singular obsession. The stage was set, and with that realization, the true hunt commenced, the very essence of why hunters bore their name. Huang's voice erupted like a war drum, cutting through the chaotic symphony of scratching limbs and guttural growls. It was a command that brooked no hesitation, sharp and commanding as the edge of a blade. "Attack!" The team responded without delay, their combined firepower igniting the battlefield in a storm of destruction. Blades gleamed as they carved through chitinous exoskeletons, arcs of magic crackled like lightning, and arrows sliced through the air with unerring precision. The dungeon was alive with the cacophony of battle, a whirlwind of violence that painted the ground in streaks of green ichor. Keek! Keek! Agonized shrieks erupted from the monsters, their death cries reverberating through the cavernous expanse. One by one, their ranks crumbled under the onslaught, their bodies collapsing into slick patches of ichor that shimmered under the dungeon's eerie, unnatural light. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the electric tension of combat. Standing at the rear, Izuku observed the chaos with sharp, calculating eyes. His posture was rigid, his hand twitching instinctively toward his weapon before he forced himself to stop. His role in this raid was clear: watch, not intervene. It was the condition set by the contract, yet the restriction gnawed at him like an itch he couldn't scratch. His gaze darted across the battlefield, dissecting every movement, every mistake. He envisioned how he would handle the swarm alone, the strategies he'd employ to exploit their weaknesses. Flaws in the hunter's tactics jumped out at him like glaring neon signs. A slight adjustment to the left would have allowed the mage to strike 3 insects instead of 1. The archer wasted precious seconds targeting individual foes when a well-placed area attack could have decimated a cluster. How irritating, Izuku thought, his jaw tightening as another perfect opportunity slipped through the team's fingers. For a fleeting moment, the monsters had exposed their vulnerable undersides during a coordinated lunge, but the hunters failed to capitalize on it. His frustration simmered beneath the surface, his sharp mind buzzing with unspoken critiques and untested solutions. Time and again, Izuku fought the urge to leap into the fray. His instincts screamed at him to act, to demonstrate the efficient paths through the combat puzzle that played out before him, but he held himself back. His fingers dug into his palms, forming half-crescents in his skin as watching the team's missteps and missed opportunities made his vital fluid boil, yet he was bound to stand idle. Still, despite their inefficiencies, Huang's team remained remarkably unscathed. Their cohesion and communication were impressive, their movements synchronized in a way that spoke of countless battles fought side by side. Their teamwork was a testament to the confidence Huang Dong-suk had displayed before the raid. Jin-suk, 11 o'clock. Huang's voice cut through the cacophony of screeches and clanging weapons, precise and calm despite the chaos erupting around them. His tone carried the authority of a seasoned leader, unshaken by the swarm bearing down on their position. The hunter named Jin-suk reacted instantly, muscles coiling as he pivoted with deadly precision. His blade gleamed under the dim raid lights, slicing cleanly through the carapace of a bug attempting to flank their team. The creature let out a piercing shriek before collapsing to the ground, twitching in its final moments. "Huang, they're coming from your right, too." Another team member shouted, urgency lacing their voice as they sprinted to provide backup. The ground trembled under the weight of approaching enemies, their grotesque forms illuminated by the flickering lights overhead. Without hesitation, Huang shifted his stance, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield in a heartbeat. "Juntae, Suk-min, Gyohuan, cover the right flank," he ordered, his voice cutting through the din like a blade. "Okay," came their unified response, the trio of hunters springing into action. Their movements were fluid, a testament to their rigorous training and countless raids together. They slid into position with practiced efficiency, weapons ready to meet the incoming wave. Huang's gaze darted across his team, catching every detail despite the chaos. His eyes landed on Cheol-jin, whose wrist was swollen and discolored, a glaring weakness amidst their desperate fight. "Cheol-jin, your wrist is swollen. Fall back to the rear," Huang commanded, his tone firm but underpinned by concern. Cheol-jin's face twisted in protest. His determination was evident despite the sweat streaking down his face. "Huang, it's not that big of a deal," he argued, gripping his weapon tighter as if to prove his point. Huang's expression hardened, his voice cutting through the man's resolve like a scalpel. "Are you planning to head back only after clearing the entrance?" He challenged, his words deliberate and pointed. "We have no idea how long this raid will last, so stop rushing from the start. Pace yourself, understood?" Chiol Jean hesitated, his jaw tightening before he nodded reluctantly. "Got it," he muttered, retreating to the rear as Huang turned his focus back to the advancing swarm, ready to lead his team through the storm. Izuku had to admit he was impressed. Years of working together had forged their seamless communication. Each member anticipated the other's movements, compensating for weaknesses and amplifying strengths. This level of understanding naturally led to exceptional teamwork. It was a stark contrast to the disorganized groups of hunters hastily assembled by the association, the kind Izuku usually found himself stuck with. What's even more surprising is how incredibly skilled this kid is, Izuku thought, his eyes lingering on Jinho, observing the confident way he carried himself and the sharp focus etched into his expression. The rookie moved with a combination of textbook precision and instinct. When a particularly large monster latched onto his shield, he didn't panic. Instead, he kicked it off with a grunt of effort and swiftly swung his sword in a clean arc. The high-quality blade gleamed momentarily before effortlessly severing the monster's head from its body. The creature's legs continued to twitch for a second before going still. For a rookie-ranked hunter, his performance was commendable. His movements lacked the fluid efficiency that came with experience, but his fundamentals were solid. Where he hesitated, his equipment compensated. His top-tier gear is compensating for his lack of skill and experience, Izuku observed, noting how the shield absorbed impacts that would have staggered a less-equipped fighter. The sword's enchanted edge sliced through chitin that would have resisted ordinary steel. It was no wonder hunters went to great lengths to acquire quality equipment. In the field, where split seconds determined survival, the right tools could make all the difference. Jinho's family wealth had given him an advantage that most beginners could only dream of. When their eyes briefly met across the battlefield, Jinho flashed an eager thumbs up, his face flushed with exertion and excitement. His expression was that of a student seeking validation from a respected teacher. Faced with his expression that seemed to beg for approval, Izuku couldn't help but return the gesture with a small thumbs up of his own. It felt awkward, but the kid was trying his best. Looking visibly pleased, Jinho turned back to the fight with renewed vigor, holding his shield higher and positioning himself more strategically. The simple acknowledgement had meant more to him than Izuku had intended. A shrill, piercing cry reverberated through the vast dungeon as the insect monster met its end. The sound ricocheted off the stone walls before dissipating into an uneasy silence. Its segmented limbs gave a final, feeble twitch before collapsing lifelessly onto the damp, cold ground. The battle was nearly over, with only a handful of stragglers left for the seasoned hunters to eliminate. The air in the dungeon was thick with the metallic tang of spilled monster vital fluid, mingled with the acrid scent of expended mana. Izuku stood on the sidelines, observing as the hunters moved with precision and expertise, their weapons slicing through the remaining creatures with ease. Once the chamber was cleared, Huang wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and addressed his team, his deep voice resonating across the space. "Don't forget to gather the magic crystals. We're splitting them evenly 9 shares." "Got it," replied one hunter with a crooked grin, plunging his hand deep into the steaming remains of a massive insect. The wet, squelching sound reverberated through the cavern, making Izuku grimace and shift uncomfortably. The hunter pulled his hand free, clutching a glistening organ that pulsed faintly in his grasp. "This part's the best," another chimed in, already stowing away a radiant crystal that shimmered with a soft, ethereal blue light. The glow cast sharp shadows across his eager face, illuminating the hunger in his eyes. "Couldn't agree more," added a third, his scarred visage catching the eerie luminescence of the crystal. The jagged lines on his face seemed even more pronounced under the light. "Easiest payday of a raid," hands down. Huang stood a few paces away, his gaze cold and calculating as he watched his squad harvest the spoils with the efficiency of seasoned predators. Their movements were fluid and precise, the result of countless raids just like this. With a satisfied nod, he turned and made his way across the uneven stone floor, boots scraping softly against the jagged terrain. His destination was clear. Izuku, who lingered at the edge of the group, silent and still, his sharp green eyes absorbing every detail. Midoriya-san, Huang addressed him, his tone carrying an unexpected weight of respect as he approached. The formality in his voice was unusual, almost reverent. "We owe our survival today to you." Izuku blinked, startled by the remark. His eyebrows lifted in genuine surprise, his posture stiffening slightly. "Sorry, what? You were the first to warn us about the creatures coming down from above, weren't you?" Huang gestured upward, his hand tracing the jagged ceiling where the swarm of insects had erupted from hidden fissures. The faint remnants of their attack still lingered in the air, a bitter, acrid smell mixed with the metallic tang of vital fluid. "How did you figure it out?" Izuku hesitated, his thoughts racing for an answer that wouldn't invite scrutiny. The truth, the heightened perception stat that allowed him to detect subtle vibrations and minute shifts in the environment, was a secret he couldn't afford to reveal. It was a gift, yes, but one that could raise too many questions among these men. "It was just instinct," he said finally, his voice faltering slightly under the weight of the lie. Even to his ears, the explanation sounded flimsy. He shrugged, forcing a casual air. Something about that part of the ceiling looked off. "Instinct, huh?" Huang studied him with a mix of doubt and reluctant admiration. The lines on his face deepened as he scrutinized Izuku more closely. "Well, whatever it was, we were lucky this time. I don't even want to think about what might have happened if we hadn't caught them in time." He tapped his chest dramatically, as though still shaken by their close call, though his eyes hinted at lingering skepticism. Before their exchange could go any further, one of the hunters inspecting the insect carcasses called out urgently, his voice laced with unease. "Huang, come take a look at this." The group stood huddled in a tight circle, their bodies tense as they focused on something lying on the ground. Huang, frowning, pushed his way over, his shoulders squaring with purpose as he approached. When he reached them, the hunters instinctively stepped aside, parting to reveal several insect carcasses sprawled across the stone floor. Huang grunted, crouching down for a closer look. "There's something strange about these bugs," said the hunter who had called him over, gesturing at the corpses with the tip of his knife. His brow was furrowed, his expression shadowed with concern. Huang lowered himself further, his armor groaning softly with the movement, and studied the remains. At first glance, they appeared typical chitinous exoskeletons, spindly limbs, the usual features of the dungeon's insectoid monsters. Their carapaces caught the mage light with a muted sheen, nothing out of the ordinary. "What's strange about them?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. One of the hunters knelt beside him, pointing with a roughened finger to a specific spot on the nearest insect's leg. "That wound there's not from us." Huang's expression darkened as he examined the injury more closely. It wasn't the clean slice of a blade or the sharp puncture of an arrow. Instead, the leg looked as though it had been savaged, ripped apart in a way no human weapon could accomplish. The edges were jagged, with fragments of exoskeleton torn away entirely. "Looks like something bit into it," he murmured, his voice dropping to a near whisper. The tension in the air thickened, pressing down on the group. "Exactly," the hunter replied, nodding quickly, a hint of relief flickering across his face now that Huang had confirmed his suspicion. "And it's not just this one. Look here." He gestured toward the other carcasses, pointing out similar damaged, mangled limbs, shredded wings, and missing body parts. "See that? And over there, too. Some of these things were already half-beaten before we even fought them." Huang's expression grew grim as the realization settled in. The ease of their earlier battle now made sense. Many of the creatures had been injured and weakened long before the hunters had encountered them. Could they have been fighting something else? He wondered aloud, his tone heavy with unease. His hand instinctively drifted to the hilt of his sword, as if preparing for an unseen threat. At that moment, Izuku felt a fleeting shift in the air, the subtle weight of attention as several members of the team glanced his way. Their eyes darted away as soon as he noticed, sliding off him like water on polished stone. But it was enough to confirm what he had already suspected. Just as I thought, the pieces were falling into place in Izuku's mind, connecting like a puzzle he'd been working on since entering the gate. The team's flawless coordination, their survival record, their unusually smooth progress through the dungeon, all of it pointed to one conclusion. They'd been working together for years, yet everyone had survived. In the brutal world of gate raids, such a perfect track record was virtually impossible. No matter how skilled hunters were, they were still human. Mistakes happened. Injuries were inevitable. Even earlier, hadn't their formation nearly collapsed under the insect's assault? The front line had buckled, exposing vulnerabilities that should have resulted in casualties. A pressing thought emerged in Izuku's mind. How had they managed to maintain such an impressive record without a dedicated healer? His lips curved into a faint smile as an idea began to form. Perhaps I can turn this situation to my advantage. If their behavior remained predictable, they might unknowingly serve as goals like pawns on a chessboard, oblivious to the moves being made. Huang stood upright, brushing the dust off his knees while scanning his team. The worry that had clouded his expression moments ago had dissolved, replaced by a confident smile that failed to reach his sharp, calculating eyes. All right then, why don't we push a little further in? At this pace, we might be able to finish clearing this dungeon sooner than expected. His voice rang out louder than necessary, echoing off the dungeon walls like a deliberate ricochet. The original members of the team, already gathered around him, nodded in agreement, exchanging glances that Izuku couldn't fully interpret but instinctively knew held importance. Meanwhile, Jinho bounded over to Izuku with uncontainable energy, his pristine gear catching the faint glow of the dungeon's dim light. Not a single speck of vital fluid or dirt marred the flawless surface of his armor. "Mr. Midoriya, did you see it? You saw it, right?" He burst out, his eyes alight with adrenaline and pride. His flushed cheeks betrayed his excitement. "I showed those monsters who's boss today, didn't I?" He swung his sword in a dramatic flourish, narrowly missing a nearby stalactite. The blade sliced through the air, catching the shimmering blue glow of the surrounding crystals. Izuku watched the display with a quiet assessment before asking, "Hey, that sword and the shield, they are really expensive, right?" His tone was casual, but his eyes were evaluating. Jinho paused mid-swing, looking momentarily confused by the change in subject. "Pardon?" When I told my dad that I'd be participating in my first raid, he got them for me." He beamed, clearly proud of his equipment, running a reverent hand along the ornate hilt. "Custom-made. The blacksmith said it's one of his finest works." "All right then, just make sure to stay sharp yourself," Izuku said, giving Jinho a quick pat on the shoulder before heading off to join the rest of the group as they ventured deeper into the dungeon. His gaze swept over the dimly lit corridor ahead, watchful for any signs of movement in the shadows. "What's he going on about now, out of nowhere?" Jinho muttered under his breath, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. After a brief pause, he hastened to catch up with the others, the sound of his pricey boots clacking against the stone floor, carrying an air of misplaced confidence. The cave seemed to go on forever. However, bizarrely enough, they hadn't come across a single monster as of yet. The dungeon stretched out like a gaping cavern, its oppressive silence amplifying the sound of their boots scraping against the uneven ground. The air was damp and heavy, carrying a faint, metallic tang that hinted at something far more sinister lurking ahead. There was no way they could miss each other in such a narrow passage, yet the tension among the hunters was palpable. Could it be that all we faced were those crawling insects at the entrance? One of the hunters ventured, his voice cutting through the eerie quiet like a blade. His tone was skeptical, but the unease in his eyes betrayed his doubt. "No chance," another retorted sharply, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his weapon. The faint glint of steel reflected his determination. That would be way too easy. Still, something feels off, murmured a third hunter, her gaze darting to the shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly. Her voice was laced with suspicion, her eyes narrowing as if trying to pierce the darkness. By now, we should have encountered more resistance. There's got to be a boss at the end, growled a gruff voice from the rear of the group. His words carried the weight of experience, his tone resolute. That's how gates works. Exactly. Without a boss, the gate wouldn't stay open. Another chimed in, his voice tinged with nervous certainty. Suddenly, Huang raised a hand, his command sharp and abrupt. Hold it. The hunters froze mid-step, the unexpected order causing the line to falter. The man directly behind Huang collided with him, the impact forcing them both to stagger. Ouch, what the hell? The hunter grimaced, rubbing his sore nose as he shot an irritated glare at Huang's rigid back. A little warning next time? Yeah? Huang didn't respond, his focus locked ahead as if the very shadows had whispered a warning only he could hear. His posture was taut, every muscle coiled like a predator sensing its prey. Q1, light. Over there, he commanded, his voice low but firm. Q1 nodded without hesitation, raising his hand. The orb of magical light hovering above their heads drifted forward, its glow carving through the oppressive darkness. The faint illumination grew stronger, revealing the source of Huang's unease. Holy cow! Someone breathed, their voice trembling with horror. The light revealed a grotesque sight that stole the breath from their lungs, a mass of bodies, twisted and lifeless, piled high like a macabre monument. Vital fluid stains painted the cavern walls, and the stench of death hung thick in the air. Oldies, another voice stammered, choking on the words as the group stared in stunned disbelief. The group collectively groaned as the light unveiled a gruesome scene. The ground was covered with the dismembered remains of insects, stretching as far as the eye could see. Torn wings shimmered wetly under the light, while segmented legs lay scattered like broken twigs. The torsos were split open, and their innards dried into crusty pools. Heads, some with mandibles still twitching in death, were piled into grotesque heaps. Adding to the horror, a dense network of spider webs draped over the entire entrance, entangling the carcasses. As Q1 directed the light deeper, the carnage only intensified. The path of destruction led to a massive chamber at the end of the tunnel, its entrance yawning like a hungry mouth. That's the boss's room, someone murmured, their voice barely audible over the quickening breaths of the nervous hunters. Huang gave a grim nod, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword. Everyone, get your equipment ready. The command was unnecessary. They were already checking weapons, tightening armor straps, and mentally preparing for whatever horror awaited them. With Huang leading the way, they entered the chamber in formation, moving with the practiced coordination of experienced hunters. Their cautious silence lasted precisely 3 seconds before it was shattered. Jackpot! The exclamation burst from the red-nosed hunter who'd bumped into Huang earlier. His eyes were wide with disbelief, not at any monster, but at what lined the walls. In most raids, shouting was strictly forbidden due to the acoustics of the underground chambers, where sound could travel far and attract dangerous monsters, potentially leading to deadly encounters. However, this time, no one reprimanded the man for his outburst. Upon entering a particular room, they discovered a collection of stones, their luminescent glow hinting at the powerful energy they contained. Whoa! A male hunter removed his helmet, as if needing to confirm what he was seeing without any barriers. How much could all of these be worth? Another whispered, calculation already evident in his tone. Is a real jackpot, in it? A broader grin spread across the face of a burly hunter as he stepped forward for a better look. The entire group was too captivated by what they saw to worry about proper dungeon protocol. Greed sparkled in their eyes as brightly as the treasure before them. Wait a second, Q1 muttered, adjusting his spell. The ball of light floated higher, expanding its glow to illuminate the entire chamber. What had appeared as glimmers in the darkness now revealed themselves fully. The walls of the cave were studded with jewel-like stones that caught and refracted the light, in a dazzling display. They are mana stones. Someone gasped, her hand reaching out instinctively before she caught herself. The entire wall is made up of them. Another confirmed, voice thick with wonder. The mana stones crystallized magical energy jutted from the rock face like stars against the night sky. Each one pulsed with a soft inner light of its own, blues, greens, and purples creating a natural mosaic that made the chamber feel like the inside of a geode. The stone's allure was almost hypnotic, drawing the hunters closer with the promise of wealth. Mana stones were among the most coveted treasures found in dungeons. While not as potent as the magic crystals harvested directly from monsters, they were valuable for their stability and versatility. They could power magical devices, enhance weapons, or be sold to corporations for various applications. And most importantly, they were rarely found in such abundance. Huang stared intently at the stones, lost in thought. "Brother," he muttered under his breath, "take a look at this. You're not always right. You treated me like dirt just because you climbed higher in the ranks. How could you betray your own country and chase after money in the States? Do you still think I'm beneath you? They probably treat you like a VIP over there. You see me as weak, but that's about to change. With this opportunity, my squad will rise. Let's do a quick calculation," one of the hunters suggested. "Considering the current market rate and the estimated density of this deposit, if we manage to mine everything, we could earn up to 1 billion Korean wons. Even divided 9 ways, each of us would still receive over 100 million Korean wons." Jinho, who had been observing quietly, suddenly showed interest. He moved closer to Izuku, nudging him with more force than necessary. "Mr. Midoriya, could you show me your copy of the contract?" he asked urgently, his voice low but insistent. Izuku looked at him with curiosity. "Why? Just trust me on this," Jinho replied confidently, his eyes shining with determination. "I have a good understanding of legal matters. I'm a business administration major, after all." With a slight shrug, Izuku reached into his pocket and handed over the folded document. Jinho took it with surprising reverence before striding forward toward Huang, his usual hesitance replaced by determination. "Excuse me, seniors? I want to ask you about something." His voice carried more authority than Izuku had heard from him before. The celebrating hunters turned to look at him, some with annoyance at the interruption, others with curiosity. Jinho unfolded Izuku's contract with a flourish, holding it up so the text was visible in the magical light. "Mr. Huang, this is Izuku's contract," he stated, pointing to a specific clause. "As you can see, there is no clause about splitting the treasure besides the magic crystals earned from the hunting itself." The implication hung in the air for a moment before everyone caught on. According to hunter tradition and ethics, treasures or rare items found during a dungeon raid were to be shared equally among all participants, unlike monster crystals, which could be kept by the individual who made the kill. The contract silence on the matter of additional treasures didn't negate this customary right. In other words, the mana stones had to be split 10 ways, not 9. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Several of the hunters' expressions darkened, their earlier jubilation giving way to calculation. Izuku noted how a few of them exchanged glances, the same coded looks he'd observed earlier during the insect attack. Huang, however, merely smiled and stepped forward, his hands raised in a placating gesture. "Of course, we'll be sharing them equally. I know the rules well." His tone was light, but something cold lurked behind his eyes. "We still have some things to take care of before that, though." He raised his index finger and pointed past Jinho toward the far end of the chamber. Jinho flinched dramatically, thinking for a horrified moment that Huang was pointing at him. His face paled as he slowly turned to look in the direction indicated. There, partially hidden in the shadows beyond the reach of Kyuan's light, crouched a spider the size of a small house. Its legs, each as thick as a man's torso, were folded beneath its bulbous abdomen. Multiple eyes, like black marbles set in its grotesque head, reflected the magical light but showed no sign of awareness. It remained motionless, as if in deep slumber. "Oh no, that's the dungeon boss." Jinho's strangled exclamation accompanied his swift retreat. He stumbled backward, a hand pressed firmly over his mouth as if to physically restrain himself from screaming. Around the massive arachnid lay a mountain of insect carcasses, the remnants of its feasting. Some were merely empty husks, drained of all internal matter. Others were partially consumed, with viscous fluids congealing around them. The entire area resembled a massive compost heap of chitinous waste, exuding a sickly sweet odor of decay that had been masked by the excitement of finding the Mana Stones. Huang called for everyone to gather around him, his voice measured to avoid disturbing the slumbering predator. Izuku and Jinho joined the circle, the latter still visibly shaken by the sight of the enormous arachnid. As you all know very well, Huang began, his voice hushed but authoritative. As soon as the boss is killed, the gate will start closing up. So, before we kill the spider, let's mine the Mana Stones first. The logic was sound. Gates remained open until their guardian, typically the boss monster, was eliminated. Once that happened, a countdown began, after which the gate would seal permanently, trapping anyone still inside. Everyone nodded in agreement, eager to secure their treasure before dealing with the threat. Chiol-jin, did you bring along the equipment for the job? Huang asked, turning to a stocky hunter with a scarred face. Li Chiol-jin responded with a sheepish shake of his head. No. Who knew we'd find Mana Stones inside a C-ranked dungeon? He spread his hands apologetically. All the mining equipment is back in the van. Oh, come on now, dude. Huang's exasperation seemed genuine, though Izuku noticed a flicker of something else in his expression too brief to identify. Didn't this young always tell you to keep it around, just in case? My bad. I'm sorry about this. Chiol-jin's grin was wide and disarming as he dipped his head in apology to Huang, then to his teammates, and finally, somewhat exaggeratedly, to Izuku. Huang sighed theatrically, scratching the back of his head as if contemplating their options. What a bother this has become, he said after a moment. His gaze shifted between Izuku and Jinho, assessing. In that case, why don't you two stay here and wait? We'll go outside and fetch the equipment in the meantime. Are you telling me and Izuku to remain in the boss room? Jinho's voice wavered slightly, his eyes darting between Huang and the massive sleeping spider. Huang smiled, the expression not quite reaching his eyes as he replied smoothly. He is yet to wake up, even though we've been talking loudly for a while now. So, I'm sure nothing's going to happen here. He gestured casually toward his team members. Well, there are some things I want to speak to my boys too, so we'll take a short smoke break as well. But don't worry, it won't take long. Izuku stood silently, observing the interaction. The boss room was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the cavernous space where a monstrous spider slumbered. He smirked inwardly, recognizing the telltale signs of betrayal in Huang's overly reassuring tone. You finally revealed your true colors. Huh? But all of you are leaving at the same time? Aren't you fools taking us way too lightly? He could feel their dismissive glances. They were looking down on him because of his low rank. The air in the room felt suddenly heavier, charged with unspoken intentions. As Izuku anticipated, Huang finally began to move, though his actions deviated slightly from what the young hunter had envisioned. Observing the unfolding scene, Izuku's thoughts drifted to his 4 years of experience as a hunter. Throughout that time, he had crossed paths with countless hunters, each with their quirks and methods. Yet one particular warning from Mr. Song always lingered in his mind like a shadow. Be wary of lizards, the veteran hunter would caution, his voice heavy with the weight of experience, his weathered face etched with solemnity. Mr. Song had repeated those words so often that they had become a mantra, etched deeply into Izuku's consciousness. In the perilous world of raids, danger was an ever-present companion. When survival hung by a thread, some hunters, those lacking integrity, would abandon their comrades without hesitation, justifying their actions with hollow excuses about mismatched teams or the supposed weakness of others. It was a betrayal akin to a lizard severing its tail to escape a predator's grasp. Cutting its tail off, Izuku mused, his emerald eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the retreating figures ahead. The term lizards, coined by Mr. Song, encapsulated these treacherous hunters perfectly. Their betrayals, labeled as cutting off one's tail, mirrored the reptilian survival tactic with unsettling accuracy. The comparison was more than apt. It was a grim truth Izuku had witnessed far too many times. Despite regulations requiring a minimum of 10 participants to enter a C-ranked gate, Huang's team consistently defied convention, operating with only 8 members. That discrepancy alone set alarms ringing in Izuku's mind, a subtle but undeniable warning of the kind of hunters he might be dealing with. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your assault party, Huang had explained earlier with practiced ease. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Indeed, they had maintained just 8 members despite entering countless C-ranked gates, maintaining this practice long enough to casually reference it as their standard procedure. They have no reason to fill the last 2 spots, Izuku realized, the pieces fitting together. They deliberately kept those positions open for expendable members' tails they could cut off at the first sign of danger. This explained their willingness to accept anyone, whether an E-ranked hunter or a complete novice. And now, Huang had decided to abandon both Izuku and Jinho, though perhaps for slightly different motives than usual. But it's a good thing for me, Izuku thought, a plan already forming in his mind. He had detected Huang's intentions early, but chose to remain silent. This situation, though dangerous, presented an opportunity he'd been waiting for. Jinho, unlike the confident Izuku, was visibly anxious. As a first-day hunter, he lacked the experience to read between the lines of Huang's proposal. "No, wait a minute," Jinho protested, his voice rising with barely contained panic. "That is just. Why don't we leave together?" His eyes were wide, darting between Huang and the exit. Izuku's sharp eyes caught the faintest flicker of motion, a hunter at the back subtly reaching toward his hip, fingers brushing against what was undoubtedly a concealed weapon. Instinct surged through him like lightning. Without missing a beat, he placed a steady hand on Jinho's shoulder, his voice low but laced with unwavering resolve. "Don't worry. We got this place covered." The hunter froze, his hand halting mid-reach before retreating slowly, almost reluctantly, to his side. The suffocating tension in the room ebbed, like a storm cloud dispersing. "Midoriya?" Jinho's voice trembled as he turned to him, confusion and awe flickering in his wide eyes. Izuku maintained his silence, giving only a slight shake of his head as a warning. The kid was noisy and occasionally irritating, but Izuku had no intention of letting him die here. After all, hadn't Jinho just attempted to secure a fair share for Izuku, despite potentially disadvantaging himself? Huang's face relaxed into a practiced smile as he regarded the 2 young hunters. "Our van isn't parked too far, so it shouldn't take long." "Well then," with a casual wave, he signaled to his team. Huang and his lackeys quickly filed out of the boss room, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls before gradually fading into silence, leaving Izuku and Jinho alone with the sleeping monster. As the last echo died away, Jinho turned to Izuku, his eyes demanding answers. "How could you say those things, Midoriya? What if that thing wakes up?" Jinho's voice trembled, his eyes darting nervously toward the massive arachnid. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trailing down his temple in silent testament to his fear. Without a doubt, the young man was terrified of the spider. His knuckles had turned white from gripping his weapon too tightly, and his breath came in shallow, controlled gasps as if even breathing too loudly might disturb the beast. "Looks like this kid hasn't grasped the situation quite yet," Izuku thought, studying Jinho's panicked expression. The naivety was almost endearing, if not for the danger they were in. Izuku inwardly clicked his tongue. Explaining everything now would take too much time, and frankly, he wasn't sure Jinho could handle the full truth without breaking down. Instead of answering, he began methodically loosening his muscles, rolling his shoulders, flexing his fingers, preparing for what he knew was coming. "Just stay calm," he said simply, his voice steady, "and be ready to move when I tell you." Around the same time, Huang and his group reached what he considered a safe distance from the boss's chamber. The winding tunnel absorbed any residual noise from their previous location, ensuring their conversation remained confidential. Dim lighting from the tunnel's walls cast elongated shadows across their faces, accentuating the sinister determination in their expressions. Huang's practiced, affable smile morphed into something cold and cruel as he turned to address his followers. His commanding presence was undeniable. With a sharp jerk of his chin, he signaled to Qian. "Hey, Qian, block up the entrance to the boss room." Qian's eyes lit up with understanding, his enthusiasm barely concealed into a grin. Back in the boss room, the silence was oppressive, amplifying the tension in the air. Jinho's eyes remained locked on the slumbering spider, his posture stiff and unmoving. His breathing was deliberately restrained short, muted. Inhalations followed by shaky exhalations, as though even the faintest sound might disturb the creature. After what felt like an eternity, he finally broke the silence, his voice trembling and barely audible. "That spider monster. It's not going to suddenly wake up on us, right?" "Who knows?" Izuku responded tersely, his tone intentionally dismissive. He had already deduced Huang's team's intentions, but explaining them now would only worsen Jinho's evident panic. The younger hunter looked as though he was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Izuku's internal observation deepened. "Now that I think about it, those are the first words he's said in 5 minutes." The usually talkative Jinho had fallen uncharacteristically silent, a clear testament to the depth of his fear. Then, chaos erupted. Kaboom! The explosion shattered the silence, its thunderous roar echoing through the chamber as the ground trembled violently beneath them. A thick cloud of dust and debris filled the air, turning their surroundings into a haze and obscuring their vision. The entrance to the boss room crumbled in a dramatic cascade of stones, sealing their only way out. The entrance. Jinho's panicked cries filled the room as he sprinted toward the newly formed barricade, his face a blend of disbelief and terror. Desperation fueled his movements as he reached the wall of rubble, pushing against the fallen rocks with all his might. His muscles strained in vain against the unyielding mass, the stones remaining stubbornly in place despite his frantic efforts. Izuku approached the blocked entrance with calm, deliberate steps, his eyes observing Jinho's struggle with a detached curiosity. "I knew it. All lizards," Izuku mused to himself, his thoughts untouched by the chaos around him. "Groan. Midoriya, help me push this," Jinho pleaded, his face flushed with exertion as he struggled to clear the path. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his temples as he strained against the immovable rubble. Izuku's thoughts momentarily shifted to Hunter Qian, whose abilities had been evident before the group entered the room. A C-ranked sorcerer capable of manipulating light energy, this was undoubtedly his doing. Faint traces of Qian's energy signature lingered around the edges of the collapsed entrance, shimmering like ghostly fingerprints to Izuku's trained eye, confirming his involvement. Placing his hand against the fallen stones, Izuku assessed their weight and structure with methodical precision. "If I wanted to, I could break through this in an instant," he noted, sensing the barrier's underlying fragility beneath his fingertips. A light application of force caused the wall to tremble slightly, dust cascading from the crevices, revealing its vulnerability. Yet, he refrained from acting. Escape wasn't part of his strategy, not yet. There was something to gain here first. Jinho abruptly halted his efforts, spinning around with a look of sudden realization. His flushed face turned crimson with fury as the truth dawned on him, eyes widening with indignation. "Those guys are trying to kill us. They blocked the exit so the spider would devour us. They just want the mana stones for themselves." Izuku, maintaining his neutral expression, thought sardonically, "Brilliant deduction, Sherlock." The corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Still, he chose to humor Jinho's outburst for now. No need to antagonize his only companion in this predicament, however obvious his statements might be. Looks that way, Izuku replied evenly, his voice calm and deliberate, betraying none of his inner thoughts. This is troublesome. Heek! A strangled gasp escaped Jinho's lips as his anger dissipated in an instant like a candle flame snuffed out by a sudden gust. His complexion drained of color, turning pale as fresh snow under the dim light of the chamber. His wide, terror-stricken eyes revealed the source of his sudden fear, the unmistakable silhouette of something massive stirring behind them in the shadows. Izuku turned slowly, his movements deliberate and composed, shoulders squared with quiet confidence. Kurik. The spider had been disturbed by the explosion, just as Huang had intended. Its enormous body began to rise, joints creaking ominously as its 8 legs unfolded like a grotesque flower blooming in darkness. The vibrations from its movements rumbled through the floor, a forewarning of its immense power that Izuku could feel through the soles of his boots. In the flickering shadows of the chamber, the creature appeared even more monstrous than before. Its chitinous body, comparable to the size of a small house, loomed like an ominous mountain, its exoskeleton gleaming with a sickly iridescence in the dim light. Dozens of eyes glinted in the darkness, their multifaceted surfaces reflecting the faint light with an eerie shimmer, like clusters of black diamonds. Its venom-dripping mandibles clicked together with a sound like knives being sharpened, the toxic liquid sizzling as it hit the stone floor, eating tiny craters into the ancient stone. The spider's legs, each longer than a grown man, positioned themselves with deliberate precision, their barbed tips scratching against the floor with a sound that sent chills down Jinho's spine. The creature was preparing to launch its massive frame forward at terrifying speed. Now, fully awake, the arachnid embodied primal fear in its purest form, ancient, hungry, and utterly merciless. You! Jinho's voice faltered, reduced to a feeble gasp that barely escaped his constricted throat. His entire body froze, paralyzed by fear, as though he had become a statue carved from dread. The vital fluid had drained completely from his face, leaving him ashen and trembling. Izuku, however, remained composed, his sharp mind analyzing every detail of the spider's behavior with clinical detachment. His eyes, bright and alert, followed its movements with unwavering focus, dissecting its patterns, identifying potential weak points in the joints and underbelly, and predicting its likely attack trajectories with remarkable precision. The C-rank dungeon boss, he stated, his voice surprisingly steady in the face of such a monstrosity. Outside the gate, they all stepped out of the portal, the transition from the dungeon's stale air to the fresh outside world almost jarring. We knew the way this time, so it didn't take us long to get out. Let's take a quick break before heading back in. Huang was the first to speak, his voice carrying an undercurrent of excitement despite his attempt at a businesslike tone. Li Qiu-jin shifted. Uneasily, his brows furrowed in confusion as he kicked at a small rock near his foot. Huang, why bother with all this? He blurted out, impatience evident in his posture as he crossed his arms. Why not just kill them now and get it over with? His impatience broke the tension momentarily, though it quickly gave way to dread as he registered the change in Huang's expression. Huang's face darkened immediately, his veneer of civility discarded without hesitation, like a mask thrown aside. The transformation was startling, from affable leader to cold predator in the blink of an eye. His glare was sharp enough to make Qiu-jin recoil instinctively, taking a half-step backward. The relief of shedding his fake smile was almost tangible, as if he'd been physically uncomfortable maintaining the pretense. "Am my bad?" Qiu-jin stammered, his gaze dropping to the ground in fear, suddenly fascinated by his shoes. Huang clicked his tongue in irritation, the sound cutting through the tense silence. "What happens if we start fighting there and the spider wakes up?" His tone was condescending, as though explaining something painfully obvious to a child. "How do you plan to mine the mana stones and carry them out with that thing alive?" He gestured sharply with one hand, his logic brutal but irrefutable. Each word landed like a blow, making Qiu-jin shrink further into himself. I'm sorry, Chiol-Jin muttered, his voice barely audible, shoulders hunched defensively. Huan stepped forward, his expression contemplative, fingers stroking his chin thoughtfully. Huang, since we're on the topic. He glanced toward the boss's room, lowering his voice as if wary of the sleeping monster, though they were well outside its domain. Wouldn't the spider wake up while we're mining the mana stones? If that happens, we could lose everything, maybe even our lives. His concern was valid. The creature was infamous among hunters for preying on other terrifying insect-type monsters, leaving nothing but hollowed husks in its wake. An unplanned encounter during their operation could lead to catastrophic losses, both in terms of profit and personnel. Huang's lips curled into a malicious grin, his eyes gleaming in the dim light like those of a predator spotting wounded prey. That's why we're offering those two up as food, aren't we? His words hung in the air, dripping with calculated cruelty. The plan's elegant simplicity seemed to please him immensely. Huan nodded slowly, realization dawning on his face as the pieces fell into place. His fingers twitched in anticipation, ready to execute the next step. The prospect of such a windfall was enough to quell any moral objections he might have harbored. The timing of the spider's awakening was their greatest uncertainty. It could be hours away, minutes, or even seconds. To control this variable, Huang devised a strategy to wake the spider deliberately by collapsing the entrance to its lair with an explosion. No matter how sluggish or dull-witted the beast might be, it wouldn't ignore such a disturbance. The sound would echo through its domain like a dinner bell. Huang elaborated further, his gestures punctuating his explanation, hands moving with the precision of a conductor. We mine the mana stones once the spider goes back to sleep with a full belly. Their association permit granted them 5 days in the gate, and they still had over 4.5 days remaining ample time to execute their plan, even allowing for unexpected delays. And if the spider doesn't go back to sleep, he added, his tone sharp as a blade, we'll kill it and mine as much as possible before the gate closes. While this scenario would limit their harvest to an hour, eliminating Izuku and Jinho would still ensure minimal losses. Fewer shares meant greater profit for the remaining members, a simple matter of mathematics that none could dispute. Of course, that's the worst-case scenario, Huang thought, barely containing his excitement as he envisioned their haul. If everything went according to plan, they'd mine all the mana stones, claim the spider's corpse with its valuable parts, and confiscate the expensive equipment Jinho carried, which would fetch a handsome price on the black market. That sword and shield alone must be worth hundreds of millions of won, he calculated mentally, eyes gleaming with avarice as he cataloged the high-grade items he'd seen on the young hunter. Premium equipment like that would normally be far beyond the reach of an ordinary. He ranked the boy had connections or family money. The plan was flawless. They stood to gain everything with minimal risk. All they needed was patience. Back inside the dungeon, with a fluid motion that spoke of countless hours of practice, Izuku reached into his inventory and summoned the poison fang of Kasaka, a deadly weapon that materialized in his grip with a faint shimmer of energy. The dagger pulsed with a subtle green glow, radiating an aura of lethal intent that seemed to resonate with its wielder's determination. A strange calm washed over him as he confronted the monstrous arachnid, like the eye of a storm. His confidence was palpable, a faint smile beginning to form at the corner of his lips as he whispered under his breath, "You're mine." This was the perfect opportunity to test his enhanced abilities. The poison fang of Kasaka materialized in his right hand with a swift motion, as if eager to return to its master's grip. The dagger's weight felt reassuring in Izuku's palm, its blade catching what little light filtered into the chamber. He tightened his grip, feeling the weapon's energy pulse in response to his touch. At this moment, he wasn't just an E-rank hunter stumbling through a dungeon, he was a predator, ready to strike. "Hey, hang on, Midoriya." Jinho's panicked voice broke through Izuku's concentration as the younger man grabbed his sleeve, fingers trembling against the fabric. "W, what are you doing?" Fear had drained all color from Jinho's face, his wide eyes darting between Izuku and the monstrous spider. Izuku glanced back, a confident smirk playing across his lips as he casually pointed his thumb over his shoulder toward the arachnid. "I'm going to hunt that." The simplicity of his statement belied the danger of his intention. He had strategically shadowed Huang's group for precisely this reason, to clear the remainder of the dungeon once they retreated, claiming all the rewards for himself. It was a calculated risk, but one that offered a golden opportunity to accumulate experience points and magic crystals. The only downside was that the boss might have already devoured most of the dungeon's monsters, reducing the potential harvest. Still, what remained would be his alone. Jinho stared at him, mouth agape, completely unaware of the hidden abilities Izuku possessed. What is this guy even saying? His mind screamed in disbelief. He'd once heard that extreme shock could disrupt rational thinking. But this was beyond irrational, an E-rank hunter calmly announcing his intention to take on a C-rank dungeon boss, as if discussing the weather. It defied all logic. "You're serious?" Jinho managed to ask, his voice barely above a whisper, cracking with disbelief. "You're actually going to fight that thing?" He gestured weakly toward the massive creature. Izuku scratched the back of his head, his casual demeanor a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. His lips curled into a teasing grin as he replied, "What? You want to fight it instead?" Without waiting for Jinho's response, he turned away, already focusing on the challenge ahead. There was no need to linger for an answer, he already knew. Behind him, Jinho could barely stand, his legs trembling like saplings in a storm. Izuku hadn't expected anything from the young man and felt relieved that he wasn't insisting on helping. In a fight like this, Jinho would only be a liability, diverting Izuku's attention when he needed to focus entirely on the spider. Izuku moved deliberately toward the arachnid, which had now noticed their presence. The enormous creature shuffled closer on its 8 massive legs, adjusting its direction with surprising precision. Its mandibles clicked together, a sound like knives against the stone that echoed in the chamber. Interestingly, the spider didn't rush to attack. Perhaps curious about these unfamiliar intruders, it approached methodically, each step causing minute vibrations in the stone floor that Izuku could feel through the soles of his boots. Its massive body moved with an unnerving grace that belied its size, each leg placed with calculated precision. "Fu-woo," Izuku exhaled slowly, deliberately steadying his breathing as he prepared himself mentally and physically. As the spider drew nearer, it seemed to grow even larger, filling more of his vision with its nightmarish form. His heart hammered against his ribcage, pumping adrenaline through his system. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of his pulse filled his ears. He forced his mind to clear, pushing away the instinctive fear that threatened to cloud his judgment. This wasn't his first dangerous encounter. He recalled standing at the edge of Hapjong Station's second-floor dungeon, facing the poison-fanged blue Kasaka. That creature had radiated a presence that made his very soul tremble. By comparison, this spider, despite its terrifying appearance, didn't exude the same overwhelming pressure. The difference was subtle, but crucial. It meant this fight was within his capabilities. He wouldn't have remained behind if he'd sensed the boss was beyond his strength. Kururik. The spider's legs scraped against the stone as it closed the distance between them. They were now close enough that Izuku could see his reflection distorted in the creature's smooth, obsidian eyes, dozens of tiny Izukus staring back at him from the multifaceted surfaces. His expression hardened, eyes narrowing with determination as he raised his dagger. "That exoskeleton looks solid. Can my dagger even pierce it?" Izuku muttered, eyes carefully studying the spider's armored shell. Sunlight filtering through cracks in the ceiling glinted off the creature's carapace, revealing layers of natural protection that evolved over countless generations. Each segment of its exoskeleton overlapped perfectly, creating a fortress designed to withstand tremendous impact. His fingers tightened around his dagger, feeling its reassuring weight. Unlike the steel longsword he'd grown accustomed to in previous hunts, this dagger required him to fight differently. Its shorter reach meant he needed perfect accuracy and devastating force behind each strike. He'd have to close the distance between himself and those venomous fangs, those crushing legs. With a practiced motion, he flipped the blade into a reverse grip, the sharp edge now pointing downward from his fist. This would give him the leverage needed to drive the point through the spider's armor, concentrating all his strength into a single devastating puncture. The weapon seemed to vibrate slightly in his grip, as if eager for the coming battle. Kurik, the massive spider, dominated the chamber, its hulking form blotting out what little light filtered down from above. In the dimness, its 8 eyes shimmered like polished obsidian, tracking Izuku's every movement with unnerving intelligence. With deliberate slowness that somehow made the motion more threatening, it raised its 2 front legs. The jointed limbs angled upward, then bent sharply in the middle, resembling spears about to be thrown by some ancient warrior. "What's it doing?" Izuku barely had time to whisper before his instinct screamed danger. Slam! Izuku twisted sideways, his body responding faster than conscious thought. A leg as thick as his torso smashed into the ground where he had stood a heartbeat earlier. The impact sent shockwaves through the stone floor that he felt through the soles of his boots. Fragments of pulverized rock exploded outward like shrapnel, several sharp pieces whistling past his ear close enough that he felt their passage disturb his hair. Looking back, Izuku's eyes widened at the destruction. The spider strike had punched through solid stone, creating a crater 30 centimeters deep. Thin cracks spread outward from the impact point like a sinister spider web. That wouldn't have just injured me, he realized with a chill. I'd have been paced. His pupils contracted as adrenaline flooded his system, bringing the world into sharp focus. Colors intensified, sounds clarified, and time itself seemed to slow. Breathe. Center yourself. Izuku pushed away the primal fear, trying to cloud his judgment. It's coming. His mind calculated distances and angles with surprising clarity. The spider attacked again, its enormous body moving with a fluidity that defied its size. What would have appeared as nothing but threatening blurs to most hunters now registered in Izuku's heightened awareness as distinct movements. He spotted the subtle weight shift that preceded each strike, the momentary tension in a leg before it lashed out, giving him precious fractions of a second to react. He ducked low, a leg whistling overhead close enough that the displaced air ruffled his hair. The limb passed, so near he could see the tiny barbs covering its surface, designed to grip prey. With minimal movement, he leaned backward the waist, another leg slicing through the space where his chest had been. This time, he caught a whiff of something bitter and chemical venom dripping from the leg's tip. One scratch from that would mean a slow, painful death. Rather than backing away from the onslaught, Izuku did the unexpected. He moved closer. Each evasion was calculated to bring him nearer to the spider's vulnerable underbelly. He knew instinctively that the armor would be thinnest there, where flexibility was needed and where few prey ever reached. Another leg crashed toward him. He sidestepped with a dancer's grace, then immediately advanced 2 steps. His footwork was precise and economical, each placement as deliberate as if he were moving pieces on a chessboard rather than fighting for his life. Slam! Boom! Quam! Kaboom! The chamber became a storm of destruction. Each missed strike from the spider demolished more of the floor, sending chunks of stone flying in all directions. The impacts created a thunderous percussion that echoed off the walls, rattling loose dust from the ceiling. Craters marked Izuku's path like footprints, a trail showing where he had been moments before each devastating blow. Through this chaos, Izuku moved with fluid precision. He slipped between attacks like water flowing around stones, each movement flowing naturally into the next. His body responded without conscious command, muscles remembering countless hours of training. The disciplines he'd mastered, the endless repetitions of forms and techniques, all of it culminated in this moment, this deadly dance with death. Finding a brief opening in the spider's attack pattern, Izuku exploded into motion. He surged upward in a perfectly timed leap, his dagger leaving trails of azure light as he struck at the joint where the leg met the body. The blade sliced through with unexpected ease, drawing dark ichor that steamed when it hit the air. Multiple luminous blue slashes followed his movement as he targeted each vulnerable connection point. It worked. The thought came with genuine surprise as he felt the dagger cut through the tough exoskeleton. Kasaka's Venom Fang is a pretty good dagger after all. The weapon seemed to warm slightly in his hand, as if acknowledging the compliment. He landed in a controlled crouch, immediately pivoting to assess the damage he'd inflicted. The wounded spider emitted a high-pitched keening sound, ichor dripping from the precise cuts Izuku had made. The blue glow of his weapon reflected in his eyes, giving them an eerie, otherworldly quality. His expression hardened with newfound resolve. The real hunting begins now, he thought, feeling something primal and predatory awaken within him. The initial exchange had been reconnaissance testing defenses and learning patterns. Now he understood exactly how to hurt this creature. He launched himself forward again, no longer cautious but confident and aggressive. His strikes targeted the same vulnerability he'd discovered, each cut more precise and penetrating than the last. From his position pressed against the chamber wall, Jinho watched in stunned silence as Izuku became a blur of motion. Each time the spider attacked, Izuku was already somewhere else, leaving the massive creature striking nothing but air and stone. When Izuku counterattacked, his blade flashed with that strange blue light, leaving perfect cuts that drew pained shrieks from monster. What was this guy? The words escaped as barely a whisper, Jinho's voice trembling with disbelief. Everything he thought he knew about Hunter's rankings collapsed as he watched. The spider's attacks made his blood run cold, each one powerful enough to shatter stone, to pulverize flesh and bone in an instant, when it would be fatal. Yet there was Izuku, dancing through death as if it were a choreographed performance. His movements weren't just skilled, they were something beyond human capability, beyond what Jinho had ever witnessed outside of footage of S-rank hunters in their prime. Each dodge was perfectly timed, and each counterattack landed with surgical precision. Jinho's jaw dropped as Izuku executed a perfect feint, drawing the spider's attack before sliding underneath it and driving his dagger upward into a gap between armor plates. And he's supposed to be E-rank? The question hung in the air, making less sense with each passing second of the impossible battle unfolding before him. I'm pretty sure his ranking in the association registry is E-rank. Jinho's eyes widened as he watched Izuku execute another perfect dodge, the spider's massive leg crashing into empty space where the hunter had been a fraction of a second earlier. The impact sent vibrations through the stone floor that Jinho could feel even from his position against the wall. From the way Izuku moved fluid, precise, almost prescient in his ability to anticipate attacks, there was simply no way. No way in hell he could be what his rank claimed. If Jinho were the one facing that spider instead of Izuku, he'd be nothing but shredded pieces by now. He couldn't even imagine dodging one of those lightning-fast strikes, let alone all of them. But Izuku, he hadn't made a single mistake. Not one misstep, not one moment of hesitation. His movements carried a confidence that spoke of experience far beyond what an E-rank should possess. An E-rank hunter pulling off moves that a D-rank like himself wouldn't even dream of attempting? There was only one explanation. That he's a false ranker, Jinho whispered, his face stiffening as the realization crystallized in his mind. Stories circulated among hunters about this phenomenon. Some exceptionally gifted hunters could suppress their magical energy during evaluations. By holding back, they could deliberately manipulate the system and receive a lower rank on paper. These were the fake registrants, people hiding their true power for reasons of their own. And most of the time, they didn't do it for innocent reasons. Jinho's mind flashed to news reports he'd read about that psychopath who had used low-rank dungeon runs to murder other hunters. Inside a dungeon, it was the perfect crime. No witnesses, no outside interference, just sealed-off chaos behind a gate. Accidents happened all the time in dungeons. Who would question another unfortunate fatality? Jinho swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry as sandpaper. His gaze shifted from the monstrous spider to Izuku, and somehow, the human now seemed more terrifying than the monster. The graceful way he moved, the precision of his strikes, the complete lack of fear, it wasn't natural. It wasn't rank. What the hell have I gotten myself into? The thought hit him like a punch in the gut, making it difficult to breathe. His earlier confidence and bravado seemed childish now, dangerously naive. Why did I insist on coming here? Father? His chest tightened painfully. He felt the sting of tears forming in his eyes, a mixture of fear and regret washing over him. Without realizing it, Jinho had sunk to his knees, his body trembling slightly. In the dim chamber, a shaft of light from one of the ceiling cracks fell directly on his hunched form, as if some cosmic stage director had decided to highlight his moment of utter realization and despair. The effect would have been comical in any other situation, a spotlight on his terror, but Jinho was too gripped by fear to appreciate the irony. Izuku found himself locked in a desperate clash with one of the spider's massive legs, its sheer size and power threatening to overwhelm him. His muscles burned with exertion as he parried another vicious strike, feeling the sting of fatigue creeping into his limbs. I'm in big trouble, he thought, his breath coming in shorter gasps as he struggled to maintain his focus. I'm slowly losing energy, but I haven't sustained any serious damage yet. He quickly assessed his condition. Fatigue, 57. The number flashed in his mind like a warning light on the dashboard of a car running low on fuel. He knew the rules of combat all too well. The higher his fatigue climbed, the slower his reactions would become. Soon, the razor-thin margin that kept him alive would disappear entirely, leaving him vulnerable to the spider's relentless assault. I can't let this drag on any longer, Izuku decided, shifting his grip on the dagger with renewed determination. The weapon seemed to pulse in response, its azure edge gleaming brighter for just a moment, as if sensing his resolve. There's only one way to win this fight. My dagger's special abilities, I'll use them to bring this monster down. Despite his fatigue, Izuku continued his dance of evasion, each movement calculated and precise like a master chess player advancing his pieces with strategic patience. The spider's attacks, while devastating, followed predictable patterns that he was learning to anticipate. With each dodge, he shortened the distance between them incrementally, edging closer to his target with every step. Now the spider's grotesque head was almost within striking range, its multiple eyes tracking him with malevolent intelligence. But Izuku had spotted his target. For now, I'll aim for its eyes, he strategized, recalling the fundamentals of monster hunting. It was the most basic rule: always target the weak points. The cluster of glossy black orbs looked to be the most vulnerable area in its otherwise impenetrable defense. As soon as I stabbed my dagger into those eyes, the thought energized him, a surge of renewed determination flowing through his tired limbs. Just as Izuku prepared to execute his plan, something changed. The rhythm of battle, which he had come to anticipate with almost musical precision, suddenly felt off. The spider's legs cut through the air at a slightly different tempo. Had his eyes adjusted so completely to its speed that it now appeared slower? No, that wasn't it. Izuku trusted his senses, particularly his hearing. The thunderous impacts of the spider's limbs against stone were reaching his ears a beat slower than they had just seconds ago. The interval between attacks had changed subtly, but definitely. Izuku's extraordinary sensory awareness, honed through countless hunts, detected this minute change immediately, setting off alarm bells in his mind. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the creature's face. The muscles around the vicinity of the spider's mouth quivered almost imperceptibly, a slight tremor that would have been invisible to most hunters. Why is it trying to open its mouth now? Izuku had already coiled his muscles to spring upward, planning to leap the 3 meters needed to reach the spider's head. But that instinctive sense of danger, the sixth sense that separated veteran hunters from corpses, screamed a warning. In a split-second decision, he reversed his momentum, pushing backward instead of launching forward. And then, From the spider's mouth erupted a stream of viscous, turbid liquid. The projectile cut through the air where Izuku would have been had he followed through with his original attack. He rolled across the floor in a controlled tumble before regaining his footing. His eyes widened as he witnessed the aftermath. The spot where he had stood mere moments ago was now bubbling and smoking, the stone floor turning black as it corroded. As he landed at Jinho's side, the solid rock melted away like ice under a blowtorch, releasing acrid fumes that stung his nostrils even from several meters away. Izuku swallowed hard, a cold realization washing over him. Acid spit. If I had jumped forward just now. The mental image was vivid and horrifying, his body dissolving in that corrosive spray, flesh and bone melting away just as easily as the stone floor. His grip tightened on the dagger as he reassessed his strategy. The spider had revealed a new weapon, one that could end the fight and his life in an instant. The stakes had just become considerably higher. Izuku's eyes flicked to the digital display in his field of vision. My fatigue stat is climbing fast, he muttered, noting the ominous 59% that pulsed with a warning in bright red numerals. He knew the thresholds all too well from countless training simulations and hard-learned lessons. At 70% fatigue, his speed would begin to drop noticeably. By 90%, his breathing would become labored, movements sluggish, reflexes dulled a death sentence when facing a predator this lethal. Every hunter's nightmare was watching that number climb while trapped in a fight they couldn't escape. I'm running out of time, Izuku thought, watching the spider shift its massive weight with predatory patience. The clicking of its mandibles seemed almost mocking. I can't take this thing down easily. It's already adapting to my patterns. The realization came with a spike of adrenaline that momentarily cleared the fog of exhaustion. The spider wasn't just reacting anymore, it was learning, anticipating. Each exchange made it more dangerous and more familiar with his techniques. What had worked minutes ago was already becoming less effective. Izuku's jaw tightened as he analyzed his dwindling options. The burning in his muscle, mortality of the fragile human body that housed his determination. His right arm trembled slightly when he adjusted his grip on the dagger, a warning sign he couldn't ignore. I have to move faster, he decided, feeling a strange calm settle over him despite the dire circumstances. His heartbeat steadied as his resolve hardened. I need to close the distance between us before I'm too exhausted to strike effectively. His eyes narrowed with determination as he reached for something within himself, a power he'd been conserving for when he truly needed it. Deep inside, he felt the cool, liquid sensation of his mana reserves, still mostly untapped. Just a bit faster, he whispered, focusing his will on that reservoir of energy. Skill activated, dash. Movement speed increased by 30%. 1 mana will be consumed per minute. The change was instantaneous and profound, washing over him like a cool wave. It felt like someone had removed invisible weights from his limbs. Time seemed to stretch around him, the world moving a fraction slower while his perception remained sharp and clear. His legs responded with newfound lightness, each step covering more ground with less effort. Even his lungs seemed to work more efficiently, drawing deeper breaths. The spider's attacks, which had been barely avoidable before, now seemed to telegraph their approach. His reactions sharpened to razor precision, his body moving almost before his conscious mind registered the danger. The world around him gained a crystalline clarity, details jumping into focus that had been blurred by the speed of combat just moments ago. Swish, swish, swish. The deadly limbs cut through the air where he had been a heartbeat before, disturbing his hair with their passing. He could now see the tiny barbs lining each appendage, designed to impale and hold prey. Boom, boom, boom. The stone shattered beneath the impacts, sending fragments skittering across the chamber floor. But Izuku was already elsewhere, dancing through the deadly forest of chitinous legs with almost supernatural grace. Each fragment of rock that flew past him seemed to move in slow motion. He weaved through the assault like a shadow slipping between cracks of light, each movement economical yet fluid. The monster's precision attacks became a rhythm he could anticipate and counter, turning the confined space of the chamber to his advantage. He spun, ducked, and pivoted, his footwork leaving barely perceptible patterns in the dust covering the stone floor. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance that the spider had been so desperately maintaining the safety margin it needed for its most devastating attacks. Now he stood right in front of the monster, close enough to see his reflection in its cluster of glossy black eyes. Close enough to strike at its most vulnerable point. Close enough to smell the acrid poison dripping from its fangs. Close enough that the creature's massive bulk worked against it, its weapons too unwieldy at such close range. Izuku's dagger hummed with energy in his hand, the azure glow illuminating the grotesque features of his adversary as he prepared to deliver the decisive blow. His arm became a blur as he executed a flurry of strikes, each one finding a gap in the creature's armor. Multiple slashes hit its body in rapid succession, drawing forth spurts of viscous ichor that painted the stone floor in alien patterns. Izuku stopped and took a breath as his display showed 61% fatigue. Sweat dripped from his brow, momentarily blurring his vision. Something strange was happening. His eyes started glowing in an intense shade of blue that matched his weapon, casting eerie shadows across his face. He started huffing out wisps of smoke from his mouth, as if the very air was burning in his lungs. "A bit faster," he growled, feeling something primal stirring within him, something hungry and predatory that wanted to tear through the spider's defenses. Another set of multiple slashes followed, his dagger leaving trails of azure light in the dim chamber. Each cut was deeper than the last, his strength somehow building rather than fading. The spider shrieked, a sound like metal grinding against stone, as it tried to retreat from this suddenly terrifying prey. A bit faster. He took another breath, tasting copper in his mouth. The blue glow from his eyes intensified, throwing sharp shadows across the chamber as he leaped towards a spider within human strength. The dagger aimed directly at the cluster of eyes that tracked his movement with what almost looked like fear. He was about to attack the spider again when reality reasserted itself with brutal efficiency. Fatigue, 70%. The warning flashed crimson in his vision as his body betrayed him. His muscles seized mid-leap, the sudden shock of exhaustion hitting like a physical blow. Izuku found himself halting in mid-air, his momentum faltering at the worst possible moment. The dagger suddenly felt heavy in his hand, and the blue glow dimmed perceptibly. He barely had time to put up a crossguard as one of the spider's massive legs swept toward him. The makeshift defense wasn't enough. The impact connected with his vital parts, driving the air from his lungs in an explosive gasp. Pain bloomed across his chest and abdomen as the force of the blow sent him flying backward. The impact hurled Izuku back to the ground, his body bouncing before skidding across the stone floor. The sharp, metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, warm and unsettling. His vision blurred as he blinked rapidly, trying to focus on the massive arachnid towering over him. One of its legs hovered ominously, ready to pierce his chest. In that desperate moment of clarity, Izuku recalled a crucial aspect of his abilities. Status recovery. He gasped through bruised lips, the command activating instantly. A cool, tingling sensation swept through his battered body. Though the pain didn't vanish entirely, it receded enough for him to think clearly again. His muscles responded with renewed vigor as the crushing fatigue lightened significantly. With a fluid roll to the side, he narrowly avoided the spider's striking limb, which crashed into the stone where he'd lain just a heartbeat before. Izuku sprang to his feet, feeling the enhanced effects of his dash skill combined with the rejuvenation from status recovery. His movements took on a newfound composure, deliberate, precise, almost graceful despite the perilous situation. One chance, he muttered to himself, gripping the dagger with determination. I need to hit something vital. Without hesitation, he launched himself toward head, his body a blur of motion. The massive arachnid attempted to intercept him with its front legs, but he twisted mid-air, contorting his body to slip between the deadly appendages. His dagger cut a brilliant arc through the air before connecting with the spider's cluster of eyes. The blade sank deep, the impact sending a jolt up Izuku's arm. The spider's shriek echoed through the chamber, the sound so piercing that Izuku winced. Black ichor oozed from the wounded eyes as the creature staggered, its massive body swaying unsteadily. The bleeding effect wasn't just causing damage, it was disorienting the monster. Izuku seized the opportunity. The moment his feet touched the ground, he launched himself upward again, his enhanced muscles propelling him higher than seemed possible. With practiced precision, he grabbed onto one of the spider's rear legs, using the momentum to swing himself onto its broad back. The spider went berserk, sensing the prey that had become a predator was now perched on its body. It thrashed wildly, spinning in circles and slamming its legs against the walls and floor, desperately trying to dislodge its attacker. The chamber shook with each impact, chunks of stone and dust raining down from the ceiling. Holes punctured the floor with each miss, the spider's blind rage making its attacks predictable. "You can't hit what you can't see," Izuku muttered grimly as he scaled the creature's back, finding handholds in the gaps between its armored plates. Reaching the summit of the spider's bulbous head, Izuku took a moment to steady himself. The creature's frenzied movements made it difficult to maintain balance, but he widened his stance and flexed his knees to absorb the shocks. Below him, 8 damaged eyes glistened with a mixture of ichor and what almost looked like fear. With methodical precision, Izuku raised his dagger high and began his assault. Each plunge of the blade sent fresh waves of dark fluid spurting from the wounds. The dagger glowed brighter with each strike, as if feeding on the creature's life force. Izuku's arms moved in a blur, the weapon finding gaps in the creature's chitinous armor with unerring accuracy. The spider's cries changed pitch, becoming higher, more desperate. It spun faster, crashing into walls with such force that small avalanches of stone cascaded down around them. Yet Izuku held fast, his legs locked around a ridge in the creature's exoskeleton, his left hand gripping a protruding spine while his right continued its relentless work. The question-like inflection in the roar told Izuku everything. The monster was weakening, confusion replacing its rage as its life ebbed away. Its movements became more erratic, but less powerful, its massive legs striking with diminishing force. Through it all, Izuku clung to the creature's head like a rider on a mechanical bull gone haywire. His muscles burned with effort, but he refused to relent. Each stab drove the dagger deeper, targeting the same wounds repeatedly to maximize damage. "Just a little more," he grunted, punctuating each word with another strike. A strange, gurgling sound emanated from the spider as its movements became increasingly uncoordinated. It tottered dangerously from side to side, its legs buckling under its weight. Izuku could feel the creature dying beneath him, but experience had taught him the danger of assuming victory too soon. Are you Ruck?" A grotesque, gurgling noise echoed from the spider, its movements growing erratic and sluggish. It swayed precariously, its legs trembling under its weight. Izuku sensed the creature's life ebbing away beneath him, yet he knew from experience not to declare victory prematurely. His hands blurred with speed, the dagger rising and falling in a relentless, lethal rhythm. Black ichor splattered across his face and arms, but he remained oblivious, wholly fixated on completing his task. Finally, with a noise akin to a balloon losing air, the spider's enormous form listed to one side. Thud! The impact reverberated through the chamber, shaking loose debris from the ceiling and sending dust swirling through the air. Izuku nearly lost his balance, but managed to clutch a jagged spine jutting from the wall just in time. The chamber echoed with the sound of falling stones, creating a symphony of chaos around him. Even then, he didn't relent. Scrambling back to his position atop the creature's head, he continued his relentless assault, determined to ensure the monster was utterly vanquished. His blade flashed in the dim light, a blur of motion as he struck again and again. Stab! 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 His arms throbbed with fatigue, and his lungs burned with the effort, yet he pressed on until he was absolutely sure of his victory. Sweat mingled with the spider's vital fluid, dripping from his brow, but he ignored the discomfort. Kurik! Kororuru! The spider's final breaths came as weak, bubbling sounds, its legs twitching in its death throes. Then, with finality, it lay still, its massive body a defeated heap. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the battle's ferocity. In the abrupt quiet, a series of notifications appeared in Izuku's field of vision, glowing with victorious blue lights. The words seemed to pulse with energy, a testament to his triumph. You've defeated the dungeon boss. Level up, level up, level up. A surge of euphoria flooded Izuku, momentarily driving away his exhaustion and filling him with renewed vigor. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly atop the carcass of his conquered foe. The adrenaline coursing through his veins made him feel invincible, if only for a moment. I'm glad I didn't use my daily quest reward. I don't know what I would have done without it, Izuku muttered, his brow furrowed with lingering concern over the battle's intensity and the near brush with defeat. His entire body was drenched in the spider's thick black vital fluid, giving him the appearance of a demon emerged from some dark abyss. Yet the smile that spread across his face was one of pure human triumph, a testament to his resilience and determination. 3 levels, at once the reward fitting for a boss monster of this magnitude. As his racing heart began to calm, Izuku gazed down at the massive corpse beneath his feet, a complex wave of emotions washing over him. Pride in his victory, relief in his survival, and something else, a yearning for more, for greater challenges and greater powers. The thrill of the fight had awakened something within him, a hunger for adventure that refused to be quelled. The blue glow that had illuminated his eyes during the battle had faded, but a trace of it lingered within him, a cool fire waiting to be ignited once more. It was a reminder of his potential, a promise of the power he could one day wield. No way. He actually defeated the boss all by himself. There's no doubt about it. He's a false hunter. Jinho stared at Izuku with a mix of admiration and a dash of fear. Why fear, you ask? Well, Izuku was grinning like a maniac while pulling the dagger out of the boss's carcass, mumbling to himself, "Oh, 10 essence stones for one boss? I'm gonna need a bigger wallet." Izuku held a couple of essence stones, looking baffled. Pardon me?" Jinho chimed in, his smile so forced it could have been a workout. He clutched a book bag that seemed to have its gravitational pull. "Would you like me to carry your essence stones for you, sir?" "Sir?" Izuku thought, his mind doing somersaults. "You must be thirsty, sir. Here, have some water." Jinho offered a bottle like it was a peace treaty. Izuku took it, still lost in the twilight zone. "Okay," he murmured, his voice softer than a whispering breeze. Izuku watched as Jinho dashed towards a mana stones, pickaxe in hand, like a miner on a caffeine high. All the equipment was in the bag. "Those idiots. Guess I'll mine the mana crystals while I'm at it," Jinho declared, his enthusiasm infectious. Izuku stood there, a comical sweat drop forming on his forehead. Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? He wondered, half expecting Jinho to start singing show tunes next. Opening the bottle of water and drinking it, Izuku thought, well, I guess I'm kind of a lifesaver for him, he mused. A sudden flash of light erupted from the entrance, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The rocks blocking the way crumbled into dust and debris, allowing Huang's group to charge into the boss's room. They were stunned by the sight before them, Izuku, standing victoriously atop the corpse of a massive spider, drenched in black ichor, reminiscent of an ancient warrior who had slain a legendary beast. "What the hell? Is it actually dead?" one of them exclaimed, stepping back instinctively. "Did they kill it? By themselves?" Another whispered, disbelief evident in his voice. A third hunter nudged his companion. "That thing looked nasty as hell." But if a D rank and an E rank took it down, guess it wasn't that tough after all, someone scoffed, though his voice betrayed his false bravado. Huang Dong-suk stood at the forefront of his group, his cold eyes assessing the situation as they shifted between the monstrous corpse and the two hunters who had survived against all odds. His fingers twitched slightly, the only indication of his frustration at having his plans disrupted. "What now, boss?" his right-hand man murmured, just loud enough for Huang to hear. Huang scratched his chin thoughtfully, eyes fixed on Izuku and Yu Jinho. The gate would close soon, that much was certain. It was too late for mining mana stones now, with less than an hour left before they'd be trapped inside. Moreover, they weren't even properly equipped for a harvesting operation. His mind raced, formulating Plan B. He stepped forward, his demeanor relaxed despite the tension permeating the chamber. "Yu Jinho," he called out, his voice loud and casual, as if they were all simply colleagues meeting by chance. Jinho flinched visibly at being singled out, his face tightening with nervous tension, fingers instinctively gripping the hilt of his sheathed sword. Huang's oily smile spread across his face, revealing teeth too perfect to be natural. "Didn't think that flashy gear of yours was just for show," he remarked, gesturing at Jinho's expensive equipment. "We looked you up while waiting. Turns out you're the son of Yu Myung-han." "The Yu Myung-han. Yujin Construction." Jinho's shoulders stiffened. "So what?" he replied, struggling to keep his voice steady. Huang took another step forward, his smile unwavering. "We'll give you a choice. See, I've got some business I'd like to discuss with your old man. But if word gets out about what happened here today, that'd get really messy for everyone involved." He spread his hands in a magnanimous gesture. "So if you want to leave this dungeon alive, you'll become our accomplice." "Accomplice?" Jinho questioned, confusion evident in his voice. "What do you mean?" Huang jerked his chin toward Izuku, who remained unervingly still, observing the exchange with sharp eyes. "Kill Izuku, Midoriya." "What?" Jinho's eyes widened in shock, darting between Huang and Izuku. Huang chuckled, a sound devoid of humor. Behind him, several of his men raised their phones, ready to record whatever happened next. He'd researched Jinho during their preparation time. Upon discovering his father a man worth nearly 10 trillion, a twisted plan formed instantly in his mind. Film the kid killing Izuku, then blackmail his billionaire father for years to come. A much better payday than a few mana stones scavenged from a dungeon. "That's your ticket out of here," Huang explained, his voice dropping to a silky purr. "Kill him, and we let you go. Refuse." His eyes hardened, "and we kill you both." His voice turned cold as ice. "What's the holdup? Don't tell me you're scared of a rank E?" The chamber fell silent. The only sound was the occasional drip of ichor from the spider's carcass and the shallow breathing of the hunters present. Jinho turned slowly toward Izuku, his face unreadable. Izuku met his gaze steadily and gave him a slight shrug. "Your call." The message was clear. Whatever Jinho decided, Izuku wouldn't hold it against him. With a deep breath that seemed to center him, Yu Jinho drew the sword at his hip. The blade gleamed in the dim light of the dungeon, its edge catching what little illumination existed and transforming it into a threatening glint. Huang's smile curled in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with anticipated victory. "Finally, made the smart choice, huh?" Jinho moved swiftly beside Izuku, raising his sword not in opposition, but in solidarity. He adopted a defensive stance, positioning himself partially between Izuku and Huang's group. "I refuse to be your puppet," Jinho asserted, his voice more resolute than it had been since entering the dungeon. "And I won't betray someone who saved my life." Huang's smirk faded, his expression darkening like storm clouds. "Oh, you're siding with him now?" he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Is this how the pampered son of Yu Myung-han handles a threat? Rich kid kills a C-rank boss and now thinks he's invincible," Huang thought, his anger replacing his earlier confidence. Kyuan leaned in close, whispering, "What now, boss? We didn't plan for this." "Eliminate Izuku Midoriya first," Huang muttered. "Keep the rich kid alive. He's more valuable than any stone here." Light began to spark around Kyuan's hands, magical energy gathering like miniature lightning storms. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he watched the attack preparations. So they really want to do this, he thought grimly. He'd never fought other hunters before. Fighting humans was a different challenge. But he wouldn't hold back, not after their repeated attempts on his life. Then a mechanical chime echoed in his ears, clear despite the tense silence of the chamber. An emergency quest has been generated. Emergency quest, Izuku thought. The quest window opened on its own without him summoning it. Emergency quest, kill all the enemies. Enemies with murderous intent toward the player have been detected. Eliminate all hostiles to ensure survival. Failure will result in a penalty. Enemies remaining. 8 enemies defeated. 0. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the implications. I have to kill all of them? Hwang Dong-suk and every one of his men? The thought sent a chill down his spine, not fear, but the cold realization of his determined path. Before he could share this with Jinho or devise a strategy, a brilliant flash of light exploded in front of him. Magic bolts, 3 sizzling projectiles of pure energy erupted from Kyuwan's hands, slamming into Izuku's chest with devastating force. Boom! The blast lifted him off his feet, sending him flying backward across the chamber like a rag doll. Midoriya! Jinho cried out, but his voice was drowned by the sound of Izuku's body crashing into the cave wall. Slam! The impact was so violent it dislodged the unstable ceiling. A chunk of rock crumbled from above, burying Izuku beneath a mound of jagged debris. Dust billowed outward, temporarily obscuring where Izuku had fallen. In the sudden silence, Hwang's laughter echoed, cold and triumphant. See how easily your savior falls? He taunted Jinho. Now, let's discuss your father's fortune. You murderers! Jinho exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion, his usual smooth tone rough and desperate. Meanwhile, Izuku's consciousness began to slip away, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision like ink spreading across a page. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a chilling realization washed over him, colder than the shadows closing in. How could I have forgotten? He thought, his inner voice surprisingly clear despite the throbbing pain coursing through his body. It's survival of the fittest. This world is filled with lies, violence, and deception. The word how echoed hauntingly in his mind, first as a whisper, then multiplying and overlapping, each iteration a different pitch and frequency. How? 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 Each repetition hammered a brutal truth deeper into his consciousness. His eyes snapped open, a newfound clarity cutting through the haze of pain like a knife through the fog. That's right, he whispered, vital fluid trickling from the corner of his mouth, a stark contrast against his pale skin. I eventually got numb to it all. Careless, overconfident, delusional. His fingers clawed into the rubble beneath him as he pushed himself up, muscles trembling with effort. Dust and small stones cascaded from his shoulders, the remnants of his near demise. And now the system wants to kill. Kill them unless I want to die? A bitter laugh escaped his lips, harsh and mocking. Or maybe things would become complicated for the system if I die. This isn't coincidence or goodwill. He stood upright, swaying slightly, his shadow stretching long and ominous across the debris-covered floor. It desires strength. The system needs me to be strong. For some reason. His eyes narrowed, the blue of his irises seeming to darken to an almost stormy shade. Whatever reason it is, I will oblige. Izuku began walking toward Hwang Dong-suk and his squad, his gait unervingly steady despite his injuries. With deliberate slowness, he reached up and wiped away the thick mixture of vital fluid and spider ichor from the right side of his face, revealing skin unmarked beneath, as if untouched by the chaos around him. One of Dong-suk's men noticed him first, eyes widening in shock. What the heck? He blurted, taking an involuntary step backward, his voice tinged with disbelief. Another hunter turned, jaw slackening as he stared. He's still alive. The words hung in the air, heavy with incredulity. I think I get it now, Izuku murmured, his voice barely audible, yet somehow carrying across the chamber, resonating with an unexpected power. The system is using me, and I'm going to use the system. As he spoke, something shifted in his eyes, a cold, calculating malice that hadn't been there before. The air around him seemed to grow heavier and colder, as if responding to the change within him. But Kyuan looks like a dead fish, sneered one of the hunters, trying to mask his unease with bravado, his laughter forced and brittle. What a joke, another added, the words hollow as they echoed in the chamber. He got knocked back by a rank E. Dong-suk scratched his chin, feigning casualness as he glanced at the collapsed rubble where Izuku should have been buried. Hey, Kyuan, why didn't you finish him off properly? Kyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, the color highlighting the beads of sweat forming at his temples. Why, yeah, I should have. But even as he spoke, a sense of wrongness crept through him, a chill crawling up his spine. His hand moved instinctively to the mana crystal at his belt, fingertips tracing its now depleted surface. He had gone all out. That blast wasn't for show. He'd poured over a third of his total mana into that spell. There was no holding back, no room for error. The explosion had been perfectly aimed, the timing impeccable. So how is that kid still standing? Did I miss it? No, the explosion was too loud, too powerful. It hit, no doubt about that. The impact had been direct and devastating. He'd felt the release of energy and seen the flash of light as it connected. Questions crowded his mind, each more disturbing than the last, but they suddenly didn't matter anymore. Because Izuku was already walking toward them, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence of the chamber. Each step seemed to resonate with a power that hadn't been present before, as if something fundamental had changed in the very essence of the boy. And then he spoke. Since you're so comfortable playing around with people's lives. Izuku's voice was soft, yet it carried of something ancient and terrible, a whisper of storms and shadows. I'm assuming you're prepared to face consequences as well. As he finished speaking, the air around him began to warp and twist, as if reality itself was bending to his will. Purple tendrils of energy whipped and curled around his body, casting eerie shadows across his vital fluid-spattered face. This energy wasn't typical magic. It moved with a deliberate purpose, with ravenous hunger, reaching outward as if seeking something to consume. Every eye snapped to him, pupils dilating with the first flickers of genuine fear. He halted just a few steps away, staring them down with a gaze that seemed to pierce through their very souls. The spidery black ichor covering much of his body absorbed light rather than reflecting it, giving him the appearance of a living shadow, a dark specter given form. Jinho flinched, stumbling back a step, his mind reeling from the shock that Izuku had not only survived but appeared completely unfazed by what should have been a fatal attack. His hand trembled as he reached for his weapon, a futile gesture of defense against the ominous figure before him. The others maintained their facade of confidence, but cracks were beginning to show in their bravado. Smirks faltered and scoffs died on their lips, as if they still believed this was some kind of joke. Yet their eyes betrayed them. They were beginning to understand that the prey they had so casually dismissed had transformed into something else entirely. Something dangerous. Something that could no longer be ignored. You hunt and hunt. So now I want to know if the hunters are ready to be preyed upon, Izuku declared, his tone calm yet chilling. His hair cascaded over the left side of his face, while his right eye glowed an eerie blue, casting a spectral light across his vital fluid-spattered features. The blue illumination threw harsh shadows across the cave walls, making him appear more specter than human. Dong-suk snorted derisively, dismissing Izuku's words with a wave of his hand. What the hell is this fool even saying? Despite his mocking tone, a flicker of unease crossed his face as he took in Izuku's unnatural appearance. Boss, let me handle this kid, a hunter with beady eyes volunteered, stepping forward with exaggerated confidence. Juni, a man known for his quick temper and quicker knife, approached Izuku with the casual arrogance of someone who had never faced true danger. He casually draped his muscular arm around Izuku's neck, breath reeking of stale alcohol as he leaned in close. "Listen, kid, you clearly don't understand the situation you're in." His words trailed off, confusion replacing confidence. His expression twisted, brows furrowing as he tightened his grip on Izuku's neck. "What the hell? Why can't I pull him down?" He strained visibly, veins popping along his forearms as he attempted to lock Izuku's head with brute strength. But no matter how hard he tried, Izuku's upper body remained perfectly still, like trying to move a statue anchored to bedrock. Wasn't this guy supposed to be only a rank E? Panic flashed across Juni's face, his earlier bravado evaporating like morning dew. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, catching in his unkempt eyebrows. How could he be this strong? He whispered, more to himself than anyone else. In that moment of realization, when Junti's eyes widened with the first true spark of fear, Izuku moved. The movement was too fast for the human eye to track a blur of precision that defied normal human capability. Slice. The sound was subtle, just the whisper of metal through flesh and bone, but its finality echoed through the chamber like thunder. Junti's head dropped to the ground with a sickening thud, rolling slightly before coming to rest face up, eyes still wide with that final moment of horrified recognition. His body remained standing for one grotesque second before collapsing in a heap, vital fluid pulsing from the clean-cut neck in rhythmic spurts. Junti! Huang's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling as if caught in a violent earthquake. His composed facade cracked completely, revealing the coward beneath. Well, what the hell? The other hunters broke into panicked exclamations, their voices overlapping in fear. That knife! Just where did he get that? Did you see him move? I didn't. Huang Dongsuk and his crew instinctively stepped back, their boots scraping against the stone as they hurriedly drew their weapons. Some fumbled with shaky hands, while others acted with the practiced skill of seasoned killers, but all shared the same look of growing fear. Despite Juni's arrogance, he was stronger than him. How could an E rank possibly defeat a D rank? Izuku stood unfazed amidst the growing pool of crimson, his hand gripping the poison fang of Kasaka with casual familiarity. The curved blade gleamed wetly in the dim light, vital fluid dripping ominously from its tip with hypnotic regularity. Each drop hit the growing puddle beneath with a soft plink that somehow cut through the panicked breathing of the remaining hunters. T-ring. A notification appeared before Izuku's eyes, visible only to him, yet somehow making its presence known to everyone in the room through the slight shift in his expression, a cold smile that never reached his glowing eyes. The number of enemies left to kill, 7. The number of killed enemies, 1 down. Izuku stated coldly, his voice echoing with a deadly promise. He raised the stained knife, examining it almost curiously as crimson droplets slid down the engraved surface. He looked and thought, I killed someone. A person, Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible, yet somehow filling the chamber. His hands trembled slightly before steadying. I was just following the system's orders, but that doesn't change the fact that I took a life. If I don't kill them, I'll be killed. So I can't back down now. Only the strong survive. As he spoke those final words, Izuku's eyes transformed, the outer rings of his pupils darkened to pitch black, while the centers illuminated with an eerie, menacing blue glow. His green hair fell forward, casting shadows across his face that made his expression even more terrifying. The air around him seemed to condense, thicken, and then a wave of dark mana erupted from Izuku's body, rippling outward like a physical force. The purple-black energy pulsed and writhed, leaving wisps of shadow trailing in its wake. Huang swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking across his forehead. The sudden appearance of the dagger in Izuku's hand had been startling enough, but Juni's death, so quick, so effortless, had shaken him to his core. Something wasn't right. This wasn't how an E-rank hunter behaved or fought. The calculation in those eyes, the precision of that strike. This was something else entirely. Attack him again, Kyuan, Huang signaled discreetly with his eyes, trying to keep his voice steady despite the unease crawling up his spine. I don't know what he's trying to do, but don't let down your guard. We finish this now. Huan, his face tight with concentration, nodded slightly. He'd underestimated this opponent, once a mistake he wouldn't repeat. Mana gathered at his fingertips, coalescing into spheres of brilliant light that hummed with destructive potential. The air crackled with energy as his spell took form. But before he could release it, before he could even fully register movement, Izuku was there, directly in front of him. One moment empty space, the next filled with a presence that seemed to drain all warmth from the air. Huan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Izuku's gaze was a winter frost, clinical and devoid of mercy. He assessed his target with cold efficiency. Your first, the magic-type hunter with strong firepower but a fragile body. The calculations had already been completed in his mind: distance, angle, force. The dagger moved like an extension of his arm, finding its mark with surgical precision. It slid through Huan's neck with barely any resistance, severing arteries and tearing tissue. Vital fluid sprayed in a crimson arc as Huan clutched frantically at his throat, his spell dissipating into useless sparks. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a dull final sound. For a heartbeat, silence reigned, a moment of shocked stillness as the reality of what had just happened sank in. Then Huang's voice shattered it. Kill him! Yua! The remaining hunters surged forward in a coordinated attack, weapons raised and faces contorted with a mixture of rage and growing fear. Steel flashed in the dim light as blades cut through the air from multiple angles. Izuku breathed deeply, allowing his enhanced senses to expand. The world around him seemed to slow, each movement becoming deliberate and visible. The agility stat, all 38 points of it, flooded his system, transforming his ordinary movements into something almost supernatural. Sounds faded to a distant hum. The chamber became a silent tableau of frozen figures, each suspended in their attack. Izuku moved through them like a ghost through mist, his footsteps nearly silent against the stone floor. A sword swung toward his neck. He bent backward, just enough for it to slice harmlessly above him, feeling the displaced air against his face. An arrow whistled past his ear as he tilted his head a mere inch to the side. A spear thrust that should have impaled him met empty air as he sidestepped with fluid grace. The hunter's eyes widened in collective disbelief, their expressions shifting from confidence to confusion to dawning horror. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they struggled to track his movements. How can he rank move like this? Too fast. I can't hit him at all. Their faces paled, complexions turning ashen as the impossible unfolded before them. Speed, Izuku realized, was entirely subjective. To their perception, he moved like a blur here and then gone, untouchable, almost incorporeal. Meanwhile, Izuku navigated through their ranks with methodical calm, his dagger finding vital points with unerring accuracy. Throats, kidneys, femoral arteries, each strike calculated for maximum effect. The blade glinted with each precise movement, catching what little light filtered through the dungeon. Effect: paralysis has been activated. Effect: bleeding has been activated. Effect: paralysis has been activated. The poison fang of Kasaka proved its worth, its deadly enchantments taking effect with each successful hit. The blade's toxins spread through their systems, leaving numbness and agony in its wake. Within moments, the organized attack devolved into chaos. I can't move my body. Yua. A hunter fell to his knees, his sword clattering uselessly to the ground as his muscles seized. His fingers twitched helplessly, trying to grasp a weapon now beyond reach. Magic! Was that magic? Another backed away, panic etched across his features as he witnessed his comrades falling one by one. His back hit the cold stone wall, nowhere left to retreat. You son of a! The curse ended in a gurgle as Izuku's blade opened another throat, vital fluid spattering across the dungeon wall in a dark pattern. Effect: bleeding has been activated. Effect: paralysis has been activated. Effect: paralysis has been activated. Kiak. What the hell is this guy? You walk. Screams echoed throughout the chamber, overlapping in a terrible chorus. Vital fluid pooled on the stone floor, spreading in dark patterns as bodies fell like puppets with cut strings. 5 hunters collapsed in rapid succession, their weapons still clutched in stiffening hands. Their bodies made soft sounds as they hit the ground, final breaths escaping in quiet gasps. The metallic scent of vital fluid filled the air, growing stronger with each fallen hunter. A soft chime sounded in Izuku's mind. The number of enemies left to kill: 1. The number of killed enemies: 7. Izuku's gaze shifted to the sole survivor, the bearded man, Huang, who stood amidst the carnage of his fallen allies. With a grim resolve, Huang discarded his shield, letting it clatter to the floor with a harsh metallic sound reverberating through the chamber. His face contorted as he roared, the sound echoing off the dungeon walls. Huang kicked off from the ground with explosive force, charging forward like a rampaging bull. His heavy footfalls sent vibrations through the stone floor with each impact. Thoughts raced through his mind as he closed the distance. He was a tanker, one of the best in the C rank. His entire role was to absorb damage, to withstand attacks that would fell others. His opponent, despite his inexplicable speed, was a damage dealer. Agile, yes, but surely lacking the raw strength needed to overcome Huang's specialized defenses. You can't fatally wound me with a measly little dagger, he thought, a spark of confidence rekindling. When we collide, you'll be the one broken. The gap between them vanished in an instant. Huang lowered his shoulder for a devastating tackle, channeling all his considerable mass into the strike. Reinforcement, he bellowed, activating his defensive skill. Body, hardening his muscles and skin against damage. But what happened next defied all his expectations. Mr. Huang, you're strong, Izuku acknowledged calmly, his voice cutting through the charged air. I'm afraid I've got 2 bad news for you. Izuku quickly closed the gap between them, moving with a fluidity that seemed impossible. The world spun around Huang, ground, and ceiling exchanging places in a disorienting blur. Izuku palmed his face with one hand, fingers digging into Huang's flesh with surprising strength, and push him towards the ground with controlled force. First, Izuku continued as they moved, his voice unervingly steady. Your reinforcement skill won't save you. Before Huang could process the shift, his back slammed into the dungeon floor with bone-jarring force. Second, Izuku's eyes locked with his, cold and unflinching. I've been leveling up this whole time. The impact sent shockwaves through Huang's entire body, rattling his brain inside his skull. Despite his reinforcement, pain exploded across his nervous system. He tried to rise, to regain his footing, but his limbs refused to obey. His body, so reliable in countless battles before, had betrayed him now. Cough! Huang spat, crimson flecking his beard as vital fluid filled his mouth. Disbelief overcame him. Did he throw me down to the floor? How is this possible? He'd lost in a direct contest of strength? To any rank? How could a measly rank E? He choked out, words failing as reality crashed down upon him. Certainty settled over him like a shroud. Something was fundamentally wrong with this scenario. 5C rank and 3D rank hunters were defeated in mere moments. This wasn't just skill or luck. The being standing over him now couldn't possibly be what he claimed. Izuku stood beside the fallen Huang, looking down with a face that betrayed nothing. The bearded man lay sprawled and helpless, his fate sealed by his actions. The dungeon's ambient light cast half of Izuku's face in shadow, giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. In another context, a training match, perhaps, or a sanctioned duel, this would mark the end. But Izuku had no intention of showing mercy. Not now. Not after what they'd done. Wait a minute. Huang raised a trembling hand, desperation replacing his earlier bravado. His fingers shook visibly in the dim light. Let me go. If you want a money, I'll give it to you. As long as you spare me. 3 times, Izuku replied, his voice devoid of emotion, but carrying a weight that pressed down like a physical force. Aren't you a bit shameless? Asking to be spared by someone you try to kill 3 times already? He ticked them off with cold precision. First, blocking the exit of the boss room, trapping him with nowhere to run. Second, ordering Jinho to execute him without hesitation. And finally, commanding Kyuan to unleash lethal magic. 3 attempts on his life, deliberate and calculated. And that was before counting the battle they just fought. Give and take. It was a simple principle that Izuku had embraced since surviving the underground temple. He would return exactly what was given to him, kindness for kindness, cruelty for cruelty. There would be no exceptions, no room for bargaining. When Huang realized that begging would not save him, panic twisted his features. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth as he made one final, desperate threat. You think you'll be okay after you laid your hands on me like this? Do you have any idea who my younger brother is? The words died in his throat as Izuku's hands found his neck and twisted with brutal efficiency. The sound of vertebrae snapping echoed in the sudden silence, sharp and final. Huang's eyes rolled back, showing only whites as his body went limp, a last breath escaping through parted lips. The number of enemies left to kill, 0. The number of killed enemies, 8. The quest was complete. The chamber fell silent except for Izuku's breathing. Phew. Izuku spat out a long sigh, releasing a tangle of emotions he couldn't yet name. His hand lifted away from Huang's lifeless form. The man's neck bent at an unnatural angle. The smell of copper hung heavy in the air, mingling with the musty scent of the dungeon. His gaze drifted to his own hands. They were spattered with crimson droplets, yet they remained perfectly steady, no tremor, no shake. For someone who had just fought to the death against 8 trained hunters, his composure was unnerving even to himself. He flexed his fingers, watching how the vital fluid crackled along his skin as it began to dry. Is it okay to be like this? The question surfaced unbidden in his mind. Izuku pressed his palm against his chest, feeling his heartbeat beneath the sweat-dampened fabric of his shirt. Calm, regular, undisturbed. His heart beat with the same steady rhythm, as if he'd been doing nothing more strenuous than walking through a park on a pleasant afternoon. Not like he'd just killed 8 people in cold. What if? A disturbing thought began to take shape in his mind. What if seeing the system wasn't the only change? For the first time, Izuku considered that his transformation might run deeper than just gaining access to stats and quests. Something fundamental had shifted within him since crawling out of that underground temple, something in his very nature. The ease with which he dispatched these hunters, the clinical detachment he felt while doing it. These weren't traits he recognized in himself from before. He remembered how he used to flinch at the sight of vital fluid, how violence of any kind made him physically ill. Now he stood surrounded by death of his own, making and felt nothing, or rather, not nothing a strange satisfaction, like completing any other task. A part of him wondered if he should be concerned by this change, but another part, a growing part, simply accepted it as necessary. This was the new reality. In this world of monsters and magic, perhaps ordinary human reactions were a luxury he could no longer afford. His philosophical musings were interrupted by the now familiar chime in his head. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. Completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. Despite the bodies cooling around him and the vital fluid beginning to congeal on the stone floor, Izuku felt a spark of anticipation. He'd half expected this outcome and anticipated the reward that would follow such decisive action. Confirm, he thought without hesitation. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 10 additional stat points. Reward 3. Skill, Bloodlust. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, genuinely surprised by the generosity of the rewards. 10 points was a substantial increment, nearly a third of what he'd painstakingly built up in his agility stat. But more intriguing was the final item. A new skill, he thought, a small thrill running through him. Bloodlust. He recalled his battle with the spider boss, how the dash skill had made the impossible possible. Without that critical ability, he would have been just another hunter's corpse rotting in a forgotten dungeon. Skills weren't mere conveniences or small advantages, they were game changers, the difference between life and death. Izuku glanced around at the carnage he'd created, at the trained hunters who had fallen to a supposed E-rank nobody. They'd underestimated him, never imagining he could pose a genuine threat. With a skill like intimidation, perhaps future opponents wouldn't make the same mistake. No wonder rune stones cost hundreds of millions of won, he reflected, understanding now why hunters would pay such exorbitant sums. A single skill could redefine a hunter's capabilities entirely. As Izuku stood amidst the aftermath of his survival, he realized that in this new world, he inhabited one of stats, skills, and ruthless calculation. He was only just beginning to understand the rules. And with each quest completed, each reward claimed, he was becoming better equipped to not just survive, but thrive. Izuku immediately examined the skill known as Bloodlust. Intrigued, he requested, "Show me the third reward." Skill, Bloodlust LV1. Type, active skill. Mana cost, 100. Description, this skill allows the user to project a powerful aura, inducing fear in designated targets for a duration of 1 minute. The user can select multiple targets simultaneously, making it a versatile tool in combat situations. Effect, fear. All stats reduced by 50%. He let out a low whistle. The implications were immediately clear. Though the skill's effect was temporary, its ability to significantly lower an opponent's stats would be invaluable in battle. It was like fighting someone who was half asleep or drugged. Their reactions dulled, their strength sapped. However, the skill's effectiveness would depend on the target's resistance level. If the opponent's resistance was sufficiently high, the skill might fail to activate. Nevertheless, Izuku believed that if the skill succeeded, defeating his enemies would become remarkably straightforward, regardless of their identity or strength. And since it could be used against multiple opponents, the scope of this skill's usefulness seemed limitless, too. It's really good, isn't it? The rewards were just as good as the potential penalty was bad. Hang on a sec. Now that I think about it, it's not like that, is it? After all, his life was at stake here. And was that all? Izuku took a look around him. He frowned deeply after taking in the gruesome sight. The bodies lay in various positions, some crumpled against walls, others sprawled on the ground, faces frozen in expressions of shock or pain. He had witnessed enough deaths of other hunters, but even then, he'd never really gotten used to looking at the corpses of other people. Then this was what this quest asked of him, though. But for a quest that asked for many lives as its completion requirement, the rewards handed out felt rather cheap and not quite enough. Shouldn't the system value human life more highly than monster kills? Well, even if it weren't for the quest, he'd still have to fight against Huang and his crew in the end, but still. And they say, a man's greed knows no bounds. Izuku shook his head wryly. It was then that the cave shook around once more. Dust and small rocks rained from the ceiling, and a distant rumbling grew louder. The tremor had become stronger than before. It was now the time to get out of the dungeon. But before he could do that, there was something else he needed to take care of first, and that happened to be Jinho. Izuku's gaze drifted toward him. Jinho had been pitifully frozen solid in his spot until then and flinched rather grandly before hurriedly lowering his gaze to the ground. The young man's expensive clothes were now soiled with dust and sweat, his face almost gray with terror. Now, what should I do with this kid? Of course, he wasn't thinking of harming Jinho. There was no need to, nor was there a reason to do so, either. However, if the events of this place got leaked out to the rest of the world, then there was a good chance that his life would become inconvenienced in a variety of ways. So, I guess I should make sure he doesn't talk, huh? Just as he thought that course of action would be for the best, Jinho rapidly ran towards him, knelt down, and bowed his head so low his forehead nearly touched the vital fluid-spattered floor. "Boss, please spare me." His voice cracked with desperation. hands trembling as he maintained his deep bow. Suddenly, Izuku felt that the following conversation should unfold a lot more smoothly than his initial expectation. Jinho was shaking like a wet dog. His complexion was pale as well. Well, 8 people died in the blink of an eye right in front of his face. Oh, that was par for the course, really. One of the most important tools in dealing with people was this, the fear. So, Izuku decided to use this situation to his advantage. Why should I? He asked, his voice deliberately cold. Hick! Izuku thought that he heard the sound of Jinho's heart falling to the floor just now. His guilty conscience that asked, was that too much? Only lasted for a second, though. The cave rumbled again, reminding him that time was short. If you want money, I can speak to my father, and... Jinho's words tumbled out frantically, his eyes still fixed on the ground. Who do you think I am? Izuku's expression crumpled unpleasantly. Sure, he did grow up impoverished, but that didn't mean he was corrupt enough to hold a person's life hostage and extort money that way. Wouldn't he be no different from Huang if he did that? The very suggestion left a bitter taste in his mouth. I'm truly sorry. If it weren't for Jinho's current state of being terrified, Izuku would have smacked the back of the kid's head or something by now. He was holding back only because it looked like Jinho might keel over from a heart attack if he did that. The young man's hands were visibly trembling, his forehead beaded with sweat despite the cool air of the dungeon. Confirming how displeased Izuku's expression was, Jinho nervously swallowed, his throat bobbing with the effort. His mind raced frantically, trying to make sense of the terrifying figure standing before him. Now that I think about it, even back when Huang offered him money, he refused without hesitation. Could he have abandoned all material desires and now only walk the path of murder? The image of Izuku in Jinho's mind was shifting dramatically with each passing second. No longer the weak, E-rank nobody, but something far more dangerous, a predator disguised as prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, it was too early to conclude yet. A realization hit him. If that was the case, then why did the boss extract those magic crystals so meticulously? Not too long ago, Izuku had personally collected all those magic stones, even digging through the spider's entrails with determined precision. His fingers had worked methodically, not missing a single crystal as he stored them carefully in his pouch. Magic crystals serve various purposes as sources of high-density energy, raw materials for magical tools, and components in powerful potions. But to most hunters, a magic crystal simply translated to one thing: money. Jinho's mind spun even faster, connecting the dots as he stared at the floor, unwilling to meet Izuku's intense gaze. So that's how it is. Those crystals were the prize of blood, the rightful reward earned through combat and struggle. That explained why Izuku didn't hesitate to dig through the stomach of a dead monster, his hands covered in ichor and gore. He showed no mercy to enemies who threatened him, but he lived by a code, a warrior's code. He wanted nothing to do with handouts or easy money he hadn't earned through his own strength and skill, and I tried to buy his benevolence with my father's money. Of course, he'd be insulted. Jinho realized his mistake. What he needed to offer wasn't his father's wealth, but something Izuku had rightfully earned the fruits of this dungeon raid that would otherwise be lost if they both didn't make it out alive. When he cautiously raised his eyes, Izuku's expression remained hard, his jaw clenched tight. Jinho quickly continued, his voice steadier now that he believed he understood the man before him. Boss, if you spare me, then I'll hand over all the profit earned in this dungeon to you. His words came faster, more confident despite his fear. A single sound, but Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, a spark of interest visible in their depths. Please think about it, boss. Jinho leaned forward, emboldened by that flicker of interest. If you monopolize the profit meant for 10 people after 9 others are killed, others would start questioning you. The association has ways of tracking who enters and exits dungeons. They'd investigate. In Jinho's mind, Izuku was certainly a fake registrant one with skills far beyond what his official rank suggested. A dangerous man who had just brutally dispatched 8 trained hunters without breaking a sweat. Such a person would naturally want to avoid scrutiny. So what? Izuku's voice was cold, testing. On the flip side, Jinho continued his words carefully measured. If we both walk out of here alive, then according to the contract we all signed, all the magic crystals from this dungeon belong to me as the raid sponsor. Even if all the other teammates died in the line of duty, since you were never entitled to a share in the first place, no one would look twice at you. You'd be just another survivor of a dungeon gone wrong. There was no way authorities would suspect Jinho of any wrongdoing. His father's company was among the top ranked in the country, with connections reaching into every corner of society. The profit from selling these magic crystals would barely register as the pocket change to someone of his standing. This money is something you deserve. Jinho's eyes became more earnest. I mean, this is your rightful reward for saving me and getting rid of Huang and his lackeys. Wouldn't you agree? No one needs to know the details of what happened down here, just that we survived when others didn't. So, this was the end of part 3 of this series. Stay tuned for next part of this series, and if you like this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Until